citizens of Tampa. Our evening Tampa City Council will not come to order for August 19, 2021. Roll call, please.
Carlson,
Here.
Maniscalco,
Here.
Dingfelder, Citro,
I'm here.
Vieira, Miranda,
Here.
and Goods.
Here,
We have a physical quorum present.
just for notation, Mr. Vieira did call me and say he ran about 5 to 10 minutes behind because of traffic. Mr. Shelby.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of City Council. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Tonight's quasi-judicial land use-related hearings are being conducted with a live in-person quorum of the City Council present in City Council chambers. However, in light of continuing COVID-19 government-issued health standards or guidance in effect, members of the public shall have the ability to participate virtually through video teleconferencing referred to by Florida statutes and rules as communications media technology. The public and the citizens of Tampa are able to watch, listen, and view this meeting on Spectrum Channel 640, Frontier Channel 15, and on the internet streaming at tampa.gov/live stream. Now, for those people who wish to participate remotely, they have had the requirement to pre-register in advance. Those instructions are available at tampa.gov/quasi, QUASI, which is also available through the City of Tampa City Council webpage at tampa.gov/city council. Now, there's also been opportunities to communicate with City Council via email or via U.S. mail. And for those people who want to come to City Council, if they don't have CMT and haven't pre-registered, they have the ability to come into City Council and use the facilities that are made available on the second floor of the Old City Hall for use by the public. And just a reminder to the people who are on the second floor, please be mindful to keep your voices down. The sound does travel, and your cooperation is appreciated. Finally, Council, written comments received by email or mail have been distributed to City Council and will be included in the permanent record of the meeting, and all public comments received timely by email, mail, or CMT will be afforded equal consideration as if the public comments were made in person. Now, this being a continuation of our use of CMT or a hybrid live and virtual, I would ask that City Council waive its rules to adopt the instructions that have been placed in the agenda and in the ordinance to be able to conduct a hybrid meeting. So a motion, please.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Maniscalco, second by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank
All
you.
right.
Also,
Okay.
one last thing, Mr. Chairman, I apologize, but for those who are using the GoToMeeting webinar platform, just please be reminded in quasi-judicial matters, do not use the chat box to communicate with City Council members. That's only for technical issues, and it should be used for no other purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shelby. Yes, Mr. Moran had asked a question, Mr. Shelby, just for clarification, the 501 rezonings. I believe a couple of months ago we had a memorandum asking to switch those around. That's correct, sir?
I'm sorry, sir, I had a little bit of trouble
Mr.
understanding.
Miranda was asking about the zonings at 501,
Yes.
and I remember we did a memorandum that we made a motion to do the zonings at 501?
Yes, council accepted the, by motion to set, I believe, through October, and council will be discussing that with staff to see how that works.
Satisfied, Mr. Miranda? Thank you, sir. All right, we've got a couple of commendations tonight. One party for item number 1 will not be here until about 6 o'clock, so we'll try to get that in when those young men show up. This time I'm going to go downstairs. I'm going to pass the gavel to Mr. Maniscalco since he was the last chair and the pro tem is not here yet, and we'll switch up as I go down to the second floor.
I'm back. All right. We will wait for Mr. Chairman Goods to go down to the second floor to present the Buffalo Soldiers Commendation. He'll be arriving shortly.
Councilman Maniscalco, you have that song stuck in my head now. No. It's latest. It came out a couple I don't know, 6, 7, 8 months ago, maybe a year ago.
All right, gentlemen. All right, afternoon.
It was,
Mr. Chairman, take it away.
Thank you, sir. It gives me great honor to be among some great men who've done great things in our community. You know, the history of the Buffalo Soldiers runs real long and deep. You know, I got a history lesson the other day, learning about some more information about the Buffalo Soldiers. You know, we have a infantry group that is one chapter, and then we have a mixture of the motorcycle group. That's
Glad you could be
another
here.
chapter. And I didn't know it was a combination that has been so historic within our city and the things that they've been doing in our community. And I thought it was without robbery if I did not honor these gentlemen, especially this motorcycle group, for the work they have been doing in our community. Every time I look around, they're out there doing some type of activity. And the last time I talked to them, they had their motorcycle ride, and I was telling them because of all the ATVs and bad riders that we have in our streets, that I would like them to try to come up with an idea to maybe train and teach those young people who are out there doing those deeds in our communities, on our streets, to advocate and also teach them about the road and the safety of a bike and about an ATV. So I just thought it was out robbery to not do something for these gentlemen for all the work they're doing in our city. So if we'll get, I call him, he's my fraternity, but I call him K Smooth, but Mr. Anthony Smith, who's the president of the Tampa chapter of the Buffalo Soldiers. So tonight, Tampa City Council commendation presented to the Buffalo Soldiers Motorcycle Club of Florida, Inc., Tampa Bay Mother Chapter. Tampa City Council is proud to honor the Buffalo Soldiers Motorcycle Club, Tampa Bay Mother Chapter, for a legacy of service that includes the club's tremendous charitable contributions, work to foster youth, and for their patriotism. The Buffalo Soldiers Motorcycle Club of Tampa Bay was built around a common love to ride while also giving back to our community. Not only has the group projected a positive image of bikers by always showing respect for each other, they have also upheld the honor of the Buffalo Soldiers by sharing their legacy and history with the communities we live and work. The Buffalo Soldiers, established by Congress, were active from 1866 to 1944 as the first peacetime all-black regiment in the regular U.S. Army. The club has been honored historically for their bravery and valor. Tonight, Tampa City Council is pleased to present this commendation to the Buffalo Soldiers Motorcycle Club of Tampa Bay Chapter on this 19th day of August 2021. And again, I'm just so proud to be a part, to understand more of the history, which a lot of people don't know, and it's a shame we have to teach this history. But I also didn't know, I drive by and see this placard marker at about Columbus and about Central Avenue. In the lot on the northeast corner, there's a placard about the Buffalo Soldiers. And I talked to K Smooth, Mr. Smith, a reference to that. And I'm probably later on this evening be making a motion to see how we can get that cleaned up and get that updated so people can understand and know more and wonder what is that beautiful thing on the corner of Columbus and Central. So, Mr. Smith, we come on and give a few words in reference to your organization, and then council will have a few parting comments.
Good evening. On behalf of the Tampa Bay Buffalo Soldiers chapter, I'm going to go around and announce my people real quick. My vice president is Willie D. We got Smash. We got Mighty Quinn. We got Double D. Enforcer, Can, and Primo. So those names that I gave you are writing names. So I didn't go through their government names. So we all have writing names. And mine is K Smooth. So everybody is given a writing name. Well, you come in, but your writing name can be changed if you do something that you don't supposed to do. But it is our pleasure as the Tampa Bay chapter to receive this award. And Commissioner, sorry as you were, Councilman Goulds, we thank you and the other councilmen for presenting us this award and accommodation. And we just keep doing what we're doing in the community. So if you see us out there, just stop by and say, hey there, Buffalo Soldiers, and we're always doing something. We've got a couple things coming up, like the councilman said about that marker. That marker needs to be updated. It's been knocked down several times. And like I say, I talked to him about it, and I'm hoping that we can get with the city and do some updates to that marker so people can know the history of the Buffalo Soldiers.
We're gonna get that done. Mr. Citro, I'm looking at these gentlemen fine jackets, and I see some distinguishing emblems on in these jackets that you will probably recognize that they're in a brethren that me and you both belong to as well. So without further ado, Mr. Acting Chair, I'll turn it back to you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Goods, and thank you, gentlemen. Any kind words from Mr. Carlson?
Just a couple things. Thank you for all you do in the community and for keeping history alive. But I have to say, you have the coolest face mask that I've seen during the pandemic. So congrats to all of you.
Mr. Citro?
Thank you very much, Councilman Gooch. You took the words right out of my mouth. I do see a couple of my brothers in the back there. And I know these men are good men, but you know, history is not accurate, and it was the Buffalo Soldiers that charged up San Juan Hill. Rough Riders went up Kettle Hill, and these men are just like the Buffalo Soldiers of years past. They're always there when we need them. They're always doing good, and my brothers, thank you for all your hard work. It is appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Citro. Chairman Goods, just so happens that my wife, who's watching us tonight, is on the county historic marker committee, and so we will make sure that they hear about the needs of that marker, because it's their job to put up new markers and fix old markers. So we'll make sure that they get on it, and you can tell me more about it. So, gentlemen, thanks for all your good work in the community. Chairman Goods, thank you for bringing us tonight. Mr. Miranda, you good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
Buffalo! Soldiers! Buffalo! Soldiers! Buffalo! Soldiers! And it's what?
All right. Mr. Miranda wanted to say something, Chairman Goods.
That's right, that's right.
Okay. All right. Did we have another presentation tonight?
I'll be here about 6:30, they said,
Okay.
or 5:30 or something. I forgot what it was. I know 30 was there.
All right. We'll wait. Hey, Mr. Vieira, we'll wait for our chairman to come back up, and we'll get the meeting started. Did you have any housekeeping to do, Mr. Shelby?
There is housekeeping related to tonight's hearings. I don't know whether you want to wait until the chairman comes
I'm sorry?
back. I said there is housekeeping relating to tonight's hearings, if that's what you want to go into. There will be new business later on
We can
tonight.
start if it's just straightforward stuff. What do you have for us?
It's not me, actually. It would be, who's from Land Development?
We have
tonight?
staff on. All right.
There's Mr. Hussein.
Zane, you have some
Yes.
stuff for us?
Now, do you want to open tonight's hearings?
Yes, sir.
Move to open tonight's hearings.
I had a motion to open. And a second from Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, we are now open. Zane, what do you have for us?
Thanks so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. We have 3 housekeeping items. Item number 4 on the agenda has continued a request. This REZ 21-23, 1000 West Fig Street. They've continued a request from today to 10/28/21 at 5:01 p.m.
Is the,
Item
all right.
number.
I'm sorry, is the applicant here on that
I
one?
think that was we have an email from Ms. Batzel on that, which I think is sufficient. Do we want to see if there's anybody downstairs that wants to speak on the continuance? Would that be appropriate, Ms. Shelby?
I suspect if there's anybody who wishes to speak on number 4, just 4 on the continuance, who's present on the second floor.
Anybody on 2 to speak as to number 4 and specifically on the continuance?
And I don't believe there's, Ms. Batzel is present, and I don't believe there's anyone else registered, if I'm correct. Madam
Eileen
Clerk.
Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There's no one here to speak on this item.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Batzel, you have anything you wanted to add to your continuance request?
No, sir, just here to answer questions.
All right, we'll entertain a motion on the continuance.
Mr. Chair, I move the file number REZ 21-32 be continued
What
until
item was that? I'm sorry.
This is number 4.
number 4, REZ 21-23. Am I reading it wrong?
No, that's correct. Is that the one at 1000 West Fig Street?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Batzel, that's correct.
All right, we have a motion from Mr. Citro.
Hang on one second, Ms. Batzel, that's September 21st? October
We
21st.
Looks like 20.
Yes, sir, October 28th.
October 28th at 5:01 PM.
All right, we got a
Yes,
motion from Mr. Citro, second from Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
And
Any
just for those,
opposed? Okay, carry on, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
and
Mr. Chair.
Chairman, just for those who are watching, that is the only notice of the continuance that they will be receiving. And to make note of that, that'll be coming back on October 28th at 5:01. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Shelby, I'm just getting back up
Number
here.
5, or thereabouts. Ms. Zane was telling us what other items we have.
Six to continue.
Thank you so much. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Item number 6 has been withdrawn. That's REZ 21-25.
Move to strike.
The address is
Strike number 6.
9901 North 46th Street. That has been withdrawn.
Mr. Shelby, you recognize.
Just to be more specific for the purposes of the record, just
Move to strike RZ 2125, 9901, North 46th Street from the agenda.
because of, it's been withdrawn. Just so that's part of the record. Just, you're removing it because of the withdrawal. Yeah,
Correct.
All right, Mr. Dingfelder has moved to withdraw. Mr. Moran has seconded that. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Zane, you can continue. Anything else?
Thanks so much. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Item number 10 on the agenda has requested a continuance. That's REZ 21-48. The address is 1502 South Howard Avenue. They've requested a continuance to 12/9, December 9th, 2021 at 5:01 p.m.
Motion continue.
Mr. Chair, move to continue REZ 21-48 to December 9th at 2021 at 5:01.
Second.
Mr. Citro has moved to continue. Mr. Miranda has seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Anything else, sir?
No, that's all the housekeeping items. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have we already, did Mr. Dingfelder move to open the public hearing, sir?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so we are open. All right, we'll go to item number 3. I believe that Ms. Cesaro, you've sworn in everybody downstairs already?
Yes, Councilman Goods, everyone that's down here has been sworn in.
Okay,
And for
thank you.
item number 3, we have 10 people that would like to speak on
10
this
people.
item.
All right. We'll open up number 3.
Well,
Here we go.
thank you, sir. Can I please swear in with my staff?
Madam Clerk?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Zane Hussein here, Development Coordination, going over agenda item number 3, REZ 21-08. The applicant is Jason Chavez. The address is 505 South Delaware Avenue. This is proposing a rezone from RM16 to PD, residential dwelling 2-family. I will now pass it along to Jennifer Malone, and then please give it back to me.
Hi, Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission. This is REZ 2108 at 505 South Delaware Avenue. This is located in the Central Tampa Planning District within the historic Hyde Park neighborhood. It is under the Residential 35 Future Land Use Designation. It is located within a half-mile of proximity to transit along West Platte Street. It's a level C evacuation zone, and Anderson Park is the closest public recreational facility, located about 3/4 of a mile to the southwest of the site. The site is outlined here in purple. There's a large multifamily complex just to the east of the site, but a lot of the surrounding site is defined by single-family attached and those types of uses. So not quite multifamily, but more of that single-family detached townhouse style. To the south of the site, where that blue star is Wilson Middle School, which is in the neighborhood. So the site is residential 35, as I stated before. To the west is residential 20, which is that slightly lighter brown color. Further west is residential 10, which is the salmon color. To the east of the site is residential 50, and then to the south is the public, that's the blue, and that represents the middle school. We did find it consistent with the comprehensive plan. We did find that this would not alter the character or development pattern of this portion of the historic Hyde Park neighborhood. In our analysis, we were able to find at least 7 attached single-family residences on South Delaware Avenue between West Platte Street and West Swan Avenue. So given the presence of this type of development pattern in the area, we did find that it was comparable with the surrounding development pattern. It is definitely encouraged under the residential 35 future land use designation as well. Under the density, this site could be considered for 2 dwelling units, which is what they're asking for today. And I would just reiterate that the Tampa Comprehensive Plan always encourages new housing. We just want to make sure that we have an adequate supply of housing for the city's growing needs. And we've found that this would provide this additional housing opportunities within the neighborhood. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Zane?
Thank you so much. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Can I please have control of the screen? Can I please have control of the screen?
Zane, you have control.
Wonderful. Can everyone see my screen well?
Do you have it down there, Madam Clerk?
Not yet, Zane.
There it is.
All right. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination, going over REZ 21-08. The applicant and representative is Jason Chavez. Property address at 505 South Delaware Avenue. This is a proposed rezone from RM16 residential multifamily to PD planned development residential dwelling 2-family. There are 3 waivers here. One for landscape buffer standards, one for reduced parking from 5 spaces to 4 spaces, and also a third one to reduce the drive aisle width from the required 24 feet to 15 feet. As you look at the aerial here, you'll see the property is outlined here in red. To the north, you have West Horatio Street. To the west, you have South Newport Avenue. To the east, you have South Delaware Avenue, and to the south, you have West De Leon Street. As you see the site plan here, you'll see the existing 2-story residence, and also you'll see the proposed new addition. The property currently contains 2 dwelling units here to the north, and the property square footage is 3,208 square feet, located at the intersection of West De Leon Street and South Delaware Avenue. The subject site is surrounded by residential single-family uses to the north and to the west. Residential multifamily uses are to the north, east, and south. As stated in the waivers, the applicant is providing 4 spaces, and they are required to have 5. I went out and took pictures of the site, as you can see. The site itself. To the south of the site, you have residential multifamily uses. To the north of the site, you also have residential multifamily. To the east of the site, you also have residential multifamily. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and found the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Should it be the pleasure of the City Council to approve the application, further modifications to the site plan must be completed between the first and second reading. I am available here for any questions if needed.
Any questions, gentlemen? Any questions? All right, in that case, we'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening. My name is Jason Chavez. I'm the applicant representing the owner, Diana Ensminger. She's my mother. I'd be happy to give you some background on the property and how we came to be at this juncture, if needed, or whatever you like. I'd just first actually like to say that, or apologize, I think, for my own naivety and clumsiness in working through the rezoning process and within the Excella systems. It's been quite an experience to get here, and I want to also say thank you to John LaRocca. He's a local city planning consultant, and he's been a big help in getting us at least to the podium here. So again, I'm very thankful for his assistance and guidance, and appreciative to everyone, not only on the city council and planning committee, but also everyone here who cares about Hyde Park community, as we do as well. And that's one thing I'd like to convey. The property we have owned since, I think, maybe like 2004, 2005. It's been a fantastic property. It's a neat, it really is a neat property, and we would like to make it even better. Right now, I think that it is really not doing anything to enhance the Hyde Park community in the local neighborhood. It needs a considerable amount of work, and so in order to make that work happen, we don't want to just put more Band-Aids on this. We want to make it really fantastic. So that's why we're here, to make it something really special, where it can actually contribute to the appeal and the allure and the wonderful community that is Hyde Park. So I'm happy to answer any questions, or if there's anything that you need from me. I appreciate, I was pleased to see the report on the rezoning, and I'd just like to take the few little snippets that I had seen in it. I'll read real quick. Was that the proposed configuration requires minimal waivers that should not adversely affect the surrounding neighborhood, and also that the proposed density is compatible with underlying future land use designation and will not alter the character or development pattern in this portion of historic Hyde Park. So I'm going to try and make it brief, if out of respect for the council and everyone here. So I guess I'll leave it with that unless anybody has any questions or anything needed from me. I'm certainly available. I also have larger site plan and line drawing if that would like to be reviewed. Anything I can do to be of assistance. And again, I thank you for your time. Happy to be here.
Any questions, gentlemen? Mr. Dickfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you noticed the neighborhood as required, the circle of folks around. What kind of feedback did you get? I'm having trouble finding any correspondence. There might be correspondence in there. I'm just having trouble with my computer. But did you get feedback?
I would say that I've had varying feedback. I can tell you I'm in fairly regular communication with the neighbor to the south, Mr. Lucas. I think that he's watching. I don't know that he pre-registered, so he probably can't speak, but I'm sure he's being a part of it or watching. I know that he would be in favor of the development as discussed and as proposed. I know from a year ago when we had thought that we only needed a variance, and I had initially done the good neighbor notice, I had some feedback at that time. Some of it, actually, I know somebody came to that meeting and I was not able to speak with them, so I don't know their thoughts. I did speak with somebody else in the neighborhood who happened to be walking by and was just thrilled to see that we weren't going to demolish it and put in something, that isn't in line with the rest of Hyde Park. So I felt that was very favorable feedback. I know there's quite a few people here today that I don't know what they're going to say. I had the pleasure of making some new friends with a few of the community associations, specifically the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association and I think Spanish Town of Hyde Park. We met and they were all very gracious and appreciative. I think that, I think we all have, in the big picture, the end goal of trying to improve what's there. I know that some of the feedback I've gotten is to try and keep it consistent with a bungalow style. I don't know that I would really envision this particular property as a bungalow, as I've come to, kind of love them in South Park. In South Tampa and Seminole Heights, and I don't really see this as being a traditional bungalow. So I understand where they're coming from, and I think that they were kind enough to provide me with a short list of things that they would like to see. And some of those I think we can actually probably accommodate. And some of them I don't know that we can, just because at least I don't think it would work with the plan the way that we have it drawn out. But, so I think that I'll probably have a little bit of both favorable and maybe disfavorable. But again, I just like the city council to know that, I mean, I've been here for 20 years, and I think that it is my darling mother's desire to live in Tampa at least, you know, for probably, well, definitely winter here. And I'm quite certain that she has, it would be her intention to maybe live in a portion of a really fantastic duplex in Hyde Park. And we happen to have one. So now we just have to make it great. And so that's the plan. That's absolutely our intention. And we'd love to have everyone join us and be excited about, you know, what's going to be a fantastic project and really improve what's currently there, which definitely needs attention. So I think it should be very positive, and I think that even those who don't see it as a positive thing, once they get to know us and, you know, see what our plans are and how we're going to do it, I really think that they would be in favor of it as well. So.
What's your question, Mr. Dingfelder?
Yeah, I'll wait to hear any other folks that are here tonight. Thank you. Thanks, sir.
Thank you so much.
Anybody else?
If I may, sir, you kind of took the words out of my mouth, sir, and I was going to ask you, does this new plan fit with the consistency of the neighborhood? I know that Hyde Park has a lot of bungalows, as you eloquently put it, but there are different types of building. Will this new planned development fit the consistency that is in your local neighborhood of Hyde Park?
Well, I would say that I think that it does, and that in that street on Delaware, there are quite a few multifamily. I think on both sides of us, as well as, you know, directly across the street, as highlighted, there's a, you know, pretty large apartment building. And when I think of a bungalow, I think of typically like, you know, a wraparound front porch or a large open porch, you know, normally probably one story. This is a very kind of columnar, two-story building. And so our intention would be to essentially retain the existing building and then do an addition on the south side so that we could increase the square footage.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Dingfelder, are you looking at Sire when you're trying to find these files? You say you're having problems with your computer. IT, I'm having problems with Sire. I can't pull up these files. Is any other councilman having a problem with Sire? Okay, maybe it's just me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Maybe it's the dais. Yeah.
All right. Anyone else for the gentleman? All right, sir, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll hear from the public now. I think everyone's been sworn in, right, Mr. Rosario?
Yes.
Now I got it.
I have 10 more people that would like to speak on behalf of this item. And the first person in line will be Pam. And Robin, the second person, has donated her time to Pam, and she has already filled out the form.
So that's 4 minutes?
Yes.
Thank you.
No, I can't get it. No.
You still can't get Mr. Dingfelder either? Can you get in or no?
Yeah, I've got it up.
All right, you state your name. I think you've already been sworn in.
Okay, my name is Pam Canella, and I live at 604 South Orleans. I oppose the rezoning of 505 South Delaware. In reading all the information provided by the applicant and planning staff, I found these inconsistencies. Number one, the planning staff refers to this property as a new housing on a vacant and underutilized land. But this property does not fit that criteria, as it is not a vacant land. This lot is 40 by 80 and not considered a legal size lot. The dwelling and land has been utilized to the maximum potential permitted by Tampa's building codes. Number 2, Chapter 19, Tampa Code of Ordinance, under Property Maintenance and Structural Standards, provide that owners are responsible for maintaining their property. It is clear when you view this property, there was a definite lack of maintenance by the owner. There is excessive overgrowth, accumulation of debris, and structural damage that could have been prevented by the owner. This owner caused deterioration of this property should not be used as a criteria for rezoning. Number 3, Land Use Objective 9.111, Tampa Comprehensive Plan, on setbacks, require that a building in urban neighborhood maintain a consistent overall setback from public right-of-way in order to create a pleasing definition to the public sidewalks and streets. Number 4, our alleys are vital to our neighborhoods. This alley is not 16 feet wide. It measures 11 feet from asphalt edge to asphalt edge, with electric poles and trash bins making the width in some areas only 10.5 feet. The proposed site plan places the driveway for 2 cars on the north side of the property, extending past the property line and very close to the alley. This presents an unsafe, disruptive flow of traffic for our solid waste trucks and other property owners on the block who access this alley. There's no space provided for visitors. This small alley does not provide sufficient space for the proposed property vehicles to back out of their space into the alley or turn into the space when returning. Safe ingress and egress through the alley would be compromised. The waivers that this applicant is asking for is inconsistent and against Tampa's codes. Allowing this rezoning affects the rights of everyone who owns property. Number 5, zoning request for increasing the existing dwelling means an increase in density and traffic. This places a strain on our infrastructure and sewer and drainage system, a trickle effect that causes flooding. These problems definitely causes a hardship on all residents in this neighborhood and impacts everyone who uses our roads. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
You want to take this?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi. I think a picture always
state your name for us,
speaks
please?
1,000 words.
State your name for us, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Virginia Smith. I live in the neighborhood, lived there since '85. I think the pictures always are worth 1,000 words. So I have photos of the property, which you probably don't really realize what the house looks like, so I'd like to show those. I've had them blown up because I don't think they're going to work on this projector thing. If I could hold them up, I ask permission to. This is the front of the house, very close to the sidewalk, next to the alley. I think there's only a few feet between the house and the alley, if that. This is the side yard towards the alley with a little bit of a backyard where they're going to be putting cars parked behind there. I'm wondering how they're going to squeeze it in like sardines, but. And this is the alley picture. As you can see, the alley's narrow, as Pam said. So I would like to reiterate what Pam has said about the area and talk about the alley because it's vital for the sanitation trucks to get back and forth. And if everyone in the alley has to start taking their cans out front, then we lose more parking space on the street level, out on the street. So I really question how you're going to get garbage trucks accessing only about 9 feet through there, or 10 foot, whatever we have left. So also want to talk about the parking for 2 units. We all know that when people live in 2 units, they usually have kids, the kids have friends, they have friends, and the parking really kind of multiplies times 3 or 4. So I really question if the parking's going to be that advantageous to having 2 units. Also, aesthetically, I'd like to see kind of what this plan is, because I don't know that if it will possibly may not integrate well with existing homes in the area. And the main last point I'd like to make is about drainage. We all have drainage problems in our backyards. And when you cover the land with more parking pads, whether those are concrete or percolating for water, whatever, we're cutting down trees, we're not allowing water to go somewhere. And it just continues to go into the streets or to our neighbors' yards next door. So I really think the city ought to think about all these ramifications before they say yes to a property that, quite frankly, is not possibly the right size for this lot to begin with. So that's about all I had to ask. Say.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Where's the timer? Hello, my name is Patrick Chimino. I'm the
Can
Vice
you come up to the
President.
mic a little bit, sir?
I'm sorry,
There you go.
are we set?
We're set.
Okay, my name is Patrick Chimino. I'm the Vice President for Historic Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. I live at 604 South Delaware Avenue, and I want to talk a little bit about concerns I have with what I interpret as conflicts with both the comprehensive plan as well as city code, some of which have been mentioned. This structure is non-conforming as it stands today. It is has been functioning as 211 apartments. And the proposed development would actually eliminate this structure as a historically significant building. And we've mentioned before, I have I don't know if you all can see the Elmo, I have some of the comprehensive plan policies that talk about the commitment to historic preservation, and also in the surrounding area. And this is one of the this is within a half a block of the local historic district, so we consider it very important. Within the comprehensive plan, there are a number of references to planned developments that they should not be used lightly, and they shouldn't be used to skirt some of the land use otherwise required, which in this case would be the density. We've already talked about setbacks. Parking is another one. So from the city code, there are at least 2 codes that list parking. One has been mentioned, 5 to 4, but also this proposal converts the front yard to parking, which in fact then would exceed the only allowed 1 space for parking in a front yard. So in conclusion, let me conclude here, the proposal compromises the periphery of the local historic district. It compromises an otherwise historic structure. It will no longer be eligible for being contributed based on the current proposal. And using the PD designation is circumventing some of the other land use and other requirements. Other people will talk about other issues that have been raised that are that have been exceptions. It de facto is 211 apartments. It's served as that. No one's looking to not keep that vested in there, but we just don't want to see increased density. And finally, I appeal to you not to approve the current proposal in its state for my mentioned reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Judy Richmond, and I live at 1104 West Horatio Street. And I received permission to use the other person's pictures. So This is the, as she said, this is the front view of the house. And this right here is my side, oh, I'm sorry. This right here is my side fence. What? Oh. Okay. Oh, great. That's even better. Okay. Anyway, the alley goes between my property and the back of this house. This is my fence. And I want to also point out that there are already 2 apartments in this house. And since I've lived in my house since 1984, and so I don't remember much about who occupied the house when I first moved in there, but there is an upper apartment here, which is plenty big. Both apartments are plenty big enough. It's actually 1 bedroom. So I don't know what kind of family dwelling is planned for here, except I know it says 2 families, and to me, an apartment that has a living area and a bedroom area and a kitchen and a bath and a washing space, laundry room, sort of qualifies as a living area, and we already have 2 of those. Now, this is Mr. Lucas's house over here, and he has over here on this side, this is the back of his house, and you can see how close it is to this house. And there is a driveway right here, and the tenant that lives in his house always parks her car in this part of the driveway. I don't know anything about, whose property this actually is, but this building has been vacant for about 3 years. So, she just parks here all the time. Well, when this property was occupied and there were two residents in these apartments, one person parked in the driveway and the other person parked in front of the house. Now, behind the house, let me show you. This picture doesn't really do justice to behind the house, to be honest with you. This used to be on the alley, and it was the trash can holder, which took up, there's only about 3 or 4 feet between the side of the house and the actual asphalt on the alley. But there's only room for really 1 car back here, and the person, if there were 2 cars in there, they would probably...
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Thank you.
What?
Thank you.
That's it?
Your time's expired. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I'm just encouraging you to not increase the density and to consider the parking, because there's not enough in this area.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, thank you very much.
I have a question.
Mr. Dingfield, you recognize?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for coming down tonight. I have a distant recollection of when my son was going to Wilson of the cars lining up on some of those side streets. I can't remember exactly which side streets, but is my recollection still correct in terms of the Davis Island parents and some of the other parents who pick up their children at Wilson?
Yes, sir. They line up right in front of that house and going toward De Leon, and then they line up all the way to the corner of Swan, and then they line up on De Leon for at least in front of Mr. Lucas's house and all down the back of the school.
So any
and it
additional...
clogs up traffic twice a day.
Any additional parking on the street could be congestive?
That's true. And there is only one side of the street that allows parking. The other side next to the apartments, there is no parking allowed.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Jennifer Stylen, and I live on 602 South Orleans Avenue. And that's just like 2 blocks away from where I live. And Pretty much I walk my dog in that neighborhood, and I pass by that structure probably every day. I'm opposed to the changes. I like the architecture of the place right now with the front porch. It fits the style of Hyde Park. Taking the porch away would make it look like a box. As far as the parking in the back, I just drove past it today, and I feel like it would be impossible to even get, it would be hard to get one car back there because of the narrowness, because you have the structure and the fence, and then you have another structure on the other side of the alley. So it'd be very hard to turn into the parking. Now, as it is, it's a 1-bedroom, 1-bath on each side, and basically that would be probably 4 people max in the whole place. But if you were to change it to 2-2 on each side, you could have 2 families living there. Each one could have 3 children, and that would make it 10 people living in that structure. And then you have to consider the cars. If those kids are teenagers, you would have 5 cars for each family, possibly, and that would be 10 cars. And I wonder where they'd park. They were saying about parking in front of that house, it's impossible because there's a driveway on one side and the alley, and there are setbacks, and there's no way to fit a car in front of the structure. When I drove by there today and the days that I walk by, there's always cars on the side of the street there parking, because there are other apartments across the street, and there's not enough parking for them right now, and they're using other people's parking right now. So adding to that would be very bad. They said they bought it for an investment, and they say they care about the community, but like Pam was saying, it's been deteriorating for years now, and they said it would, they couldn't do the math unless they do a 2-2, and I feel like if they can't do the math, then they should have done the math before they bought the property. If they could not afford to keep it the way it is, then I'm sure they can sell it again right now without even investing any more money into the property, and probably double their money. So I would, like I said, I would be opposed to expanding the density, because also you're talking about added children. The schools
Thank you,
are
ma'am. Thank you for coming.
overpopulated now. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kelly McMillan, the current president of Historic Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. Our main motivation for coming today relates to our mission and #1 priority, and that is to promote, cultivate, and preserve the aesthetic, historic, civic, and communal characteristics of our neighborhood. We appreciate your allowing us to speak to you today and look forward to your careful examination of this application. We did recently meet with Mr. Chavez regarding our thoughts. We have concerns for the proposed renovation and ask the home remain historically consistent with our other contributing structures in the city. Specifically, maintain the window placement and the open front porch, enclosing the stairway, disallowing front yard parking in favor of tandem parking, and enforce the required number of parking spaces, and maintain the overall roof line as well as window and door placement on the northern elevation. As a board, we are not in favor of the modifications requested for this charming craftsman home in our neighborhood. The alterations will eliminate its qualities as a contributing structure at a time when we are in full swing regarding expansion of the local historic district. In addition, we feel PD zoning is just wrong for Hyde Park, since these structures can be restored and contribute to the character of this special neighborhood. Too often, PD zoning is used to circumvent adopted rules and land use requirements. I'd like to briefly address the site itself. As it is, the home to the south, which is here, encroaches onto this non-conforming lot. This is the roof line right on the property line.
We can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There you go.
Sorry, look at that. The roof line of this property to the south sits directly on the property line to this lot. It's super close to the alley, as everybody else has mentioned. The front yard is used for parking, and these factors kind of give the appearance of bathing a St. Bernard in a kitchen sink. So, we respectfully urge you to continue this rezoning application. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, just for the record, I was outside for like 5 minutes. There was a gentleman who was here to talk on an agenda item for next week, and I wanted to speak to him separately so that we didn't have to disturb council. That's why I was out for 5 minutes, just for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vieira.
Good afternoon. My name is Aaron Albretz, and I reside at 1107 West Horatio Street, so half a block away from the property in question. Before I start, very cool about the Buffalo Soldiers. I'm glad I was here to see that. I think I would have missed that had I not been here in person, so I was very appreciative of that and the City Council's comments. I'm also the president of Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek Civic Association, and I appear here today representing our association. It's nice to see everyone again so soon. I want to reiterate that our association is not anti-development. We applaud the efforts of the applicant or by the applicant to bring the dilapidated property up to working order. The developer, Jason, was kind enough to take me and others on a walk of the property and inside the property and go over the plans. While we agree the property does need updating and badly, we feel there's room to compromise, and the approval of a PD may not be the best path forward, as it already is on a non-conforming lot, and using a PD designation to circumvent the current land use is a non-starter, we believe. To maintain the character and historic significance of the current property and to keep it more closely aligned with the fabric of the historic bungalow homes flanking both sides and populating the street, we ask for a few design modifications, keeping the porch open rather than enclosing, which they're doing to increase the square footage of the non-conforming lot in the home on that. Moving the stairwell to the back and or enclosing it. Move parking to tandem spots in the front or the back rather than side by side. Maintain the current roof line. While we empathize with the applicant's need to profit from the current proposed design modifications and the desire to increase the density on an already non-conforming lot, we believe that it's not compelling enough a reason alone to grant the PD. And without the proposed changes, we would recommend that the council not approve. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
City Council members, that is the last person to speak on this item.
Thank you. All right, gentlemen, any questions, anybody?
Is there anybody online, or?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
Mr. Chairman, before he goes to rebuttal, I did have a couple of questions for staff.
You recognize it.
Thank you. Zane, are you still with us?
I'm right here. Yes, sir.
And do we have anybody from transportation on tonight?
Jonathan Scott, here you are.
There's John. Mr. Scott, I was reading the staff report. It appears transportation has some heartburn with a couple of items as related to this PD. Can you elaborate?
That's correct, Jonathan Scott, Transportation Planning. We found it inconsistent due to the parking waiver and to the reduction of the backup of the parking spaces off the alley.
So specifically, the based upon what, 2 units and the square footage, the code requires 5 spaces and they're only squeezing in 4? And,
That is correct.
And therefore asking for that waiver. And then in regard to, tell us a little bit more about the drive aisles. And that would be what, the rear alley or the side alley?
Well, that would be the alley to the north, where they're backing up into the alley. You need 24 feet of backup, and they only have 15 feet. So they're asking for a reduction to that. We found that inconsistent.
And what's the concern about a drive alley?
Not just, it's a tight backup. Having a, they're allowed to use the full length of the alley. I know there's only so much pavement there, but it's still kind of a tight backup, going from 24 to the 15 feet backup. It can be done, but it's just got a tight backup.
Okay, so again, it's not consistent with code?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. Zane, in regard to the land use, the pictures that we've seen seem to indicate, contrary to what you said at the beginning, that there's a single family, what appears to be a very, very nice single family home immediately adjacent to this proposed multifamily to the south, I think. Is that consistent with your field observation?
Correct. There is a mix out there, but you are correct.
Okay, so immediately adjacent, there's a single family on that corner. Let's talk about the lot itself. It's been mentioned several times by some of the neighbors that it measures 40 by 80. Is that a non-conforming substandard lot?
We got that out of the way. Go ahead, sir.
Did you hear me?
Yes, it would be. It would be for the zoning district. That's why they're coming here for a PD.
Okay. And the current zoning is what?
Or RM16.
Okay. So, so based upon the RM16, they could keep their single family house or the single house, the single structure that's there. They could keep that. Nothing's forcing them to knock it down, correct?
Correct. It is. It's currently 2 dwellings at this time.
Okay. And but it's non-conforming. And also, let's talk about that 1 foot to the alley. If the PD is approved, that 1 foot to the alley is forever allowed, correct?
You're correct.
And does the city typically encourage and like construction 1 foot from property line?
So this already is an existing structure. So staff's already analyzed that at this time.
Well, but my question is, typically we have a 7 foot side yard setback from in residential, right?
Correct.
And why is that?
There's a distance between the dwellings from this structure to the adjacent structure to the north.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Mr. Vieira, you recognized.
I have a small question. Well, actually, I'll wait. Mr. Shelby, I have a dumb question, this it could be. No, because I was looking at the finding of what appears to be the finding of overall consistency, but yet Councilman Dingfelder was talking about some objections from transportation. It would appear is. How does, and I've been here for 4 years, so for me to ask how does that work, that's pretty dumb at this point. But how does that work? In other words, if a department is it because the inconsistency is, can be deemed a waiver that is so small that that staff still finds it overall consistent?
Actually, Ms. Wells would probably be best to discuss this. And by the way, what was, if I could just refresh my recollection for the purpose of the council, Mr. Hussain, what was the finding of the land development relative to this file?
The development or about that, development coordination found this consistent, transportation found this inconsistent.
I see. Ms. Wells, were you able to comment on that, or?
That's a recommendation by staff, so they can explain why they found it consistent, notwithstanding the transportation finding. And also, I think Mr. Hussein would like to address some of the comments with regard to the historic fabric in the neighborhood and clarify that for the record.
And before we do that, here's how I would best answer your question. I would refer you to the staff report, because the staff report specifically sets forth the city's staff's position, and it also sets forth the criteria for planned development. And also further, it also sets forth the specific waivers that are requested. And the requests for the waivers, the burden to show whether those waivers should be granted rest with the applicant, with the petitioner. Now, the waiver criteria is also set forth in the staff report, so you can apply that to see whether the drive aisle width, for instance, is appropriate, or whether the landscape buffer is appropriate, and that is a finding that council could make.
Thank you. Ricky, question.
No dumb question, Mr. Vieira. No dumb question, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we'll have rebut. Zane, you're recognized, sir.
Thanks so much. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Based off the comments I heard, for the record, I just want to say that this is not in the local historic district. This is in the national historic district. And at time of permitting, historic preservation will review this as such.
Thank you.
Any questions, gentlemen? All right, we'll hear from the applicant on rebuttal.
Hello again. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to respond to some of the concerns of our neighbors in the community. I just want to give a little bit more context as far as the time frame, and also just to clarify, it is a 2-unit dwelling, so it's a duplex. It's an up-down duplex where there is one 1-1 on top and one 1-1 unit below. That's the configuration that we purchased it in. Again, some time ago. I want to say that during the time that we've had it, I know for certain that the exterior has been painted, I think twice actually. I don't know, you might remember it used to be pink. The roof has been replaced. It's been tinted. We do actually have someone going by, I think maybe like every other month or every quarter, to clean out clean up the driveway, primarily the frontage. And removing anything that's overgrown. I don't know. It's mostly just there's a lot of trees and a lot of leaves. So so they clean up that. We've had that going on. Also, as far as the time frame, the reason that it's been vacant is primarily because, well, first of all, again, the building I think was built in 1919, so it is an old structure. When we started this process, we did give consideration whether or not we were in the Hyde Park Historic District, which, as I understand it, we are not. I understand that we are in the National Historic District. However, from our research, that building doesn't have any specific historical significance. So that being the case was really what we've been going off on in developing our plans and making these considerations. Again, being a structure that is now over 100 years old, it is over 100 years old. The primary issue that developed was the plumbing. And we got to a point where basically it was quite clear that the entire building was going to be replumbed. And at that point how do you do that? Again, do we keep putting Band-Aids? I mean, we've done a lot of work on the interior previously. It has been vacant now for a few years. And it's real. Believe me, that's not something that makes us happy either. All that we can do, basically during that time, all that we've done, the only benefit, I guess, is we've paid our taxes. And so it certainly isn't a benefit to us, and we recognize anyone in the community that it's vacant. When the plumbing went, we had a decision. It's like, okay, are we going to just try and replumb it? Are we going to do a remodel, or are we just going to tear it down and rebuild? And I can tell you two things. It certainly has been a lot longer than desired or planned. Some some of the people on the city council might be aware that we started this process well over a year and a half ago. We went all the way through to a variance review, which is how I was instructed to handle this last November. And I showed up after doing everything asked and required and said, we'll see you next week. I showed up and we weren't on the agenda, and that was very difficult for me personally and us as property owners. After doing a lot of planning and effort, and again, trying to make this property worthwhile, because we're tired of seeing it sitting there too. It's painful. And sorry, they wouldn't hear us. And then, so we basically started over. And again, I think I started when I first came up here. I apologize for my own naivety and clumsiness in not knowing the system and Excel. And so it has been a very long and difficult process. We're excited to be here because I think that we have a chance to make some ground and again, make it worthwhile. As far as how, so that's the main reason I wanted to address why has it been vacant for so long. Okay, well, it's the dwelling has some serious needs. And we've done numerous times where we've made repairs and so on, but the building is 100 years old and it needs a major remodel. The way that works is that, again, it's a 2-2 duplex. I mean, it's a 1-1 duplex. That I think has been the way it has been for at least several decades. And I don't know how we could even, I can't visualize how you would turn it back into a single family home if it ever was one. I have no idea. I don't know. I do have a great vision, I think, for a property that would fit on that lot, although it is a non-conforming lot. The difficulty with the lot is it's very narrow. Okay, the building sits basically on the alleyway. And so that's one of the dilemmas.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to say more if anyone wants to chat with me afterwards. I'd love to talk with you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Any
you.
questions?
We're not allowed to talk to you afterwards, but Mr. Chairman, if he needs another minute to wrap up, I think we should give it to him.
Okay,
I
sir,
appreciate-
you have one more minute, sir.
I appreciate that.
Madam Clerk, at the time. You're free to go, sir. Great. You're free
Okay,
to
thank
continue.
you. So as far as the alleyway, the addition, that is not going to change any of the footprint or anything that is part of the existing structure. If over the now 2 years that I've been trying to figure out a solution, I've met with now numerous architects and builders, and quite frankly, 9 out of 10 say, you just need to tear this building down and rebuild. And I'm sure that might be an option. That certainly isn't our desire. So I think maybe the community needs to consider, what do they want there? Would they like something that has some historic, meaning, or something else? Because I don't know that there's any other options. Regarding the parking, I do think that, I think that the designer we were working with, for some reason, I thought that there was only 4 needed. I think that there may be room for a 5th, especially if we put it in tandem on the back. I think there's a lot of, definitely some overgrowth along the alley. A lot of that can be eliminated. I think that would really open up and, relieve a lot of the issues that have been, so a lot of these things I think we're willing to work with.
Thank you, sir.
And we'd be happy to do. So thank you again.
Any questions, anyone?
Move to close.
Let's move action to close by Mr. Carlson, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. We'll start out with Mr. Vieira.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a motion to deny Mr. Vieira,
I'm happy to do the same thing.
but that's up to Mr. Vieira.
I'll tell, you know what? I'll hear the motion to deny and the rationale for it. I have my personal thoughts on it, but what I'm thinking is the 10 suggestions, not the 10 commandments. So I'm open. So if one of y'all want to talk with the chairman's consent, I have no problem with that.
I'll pass to Mr. Carlson since it's his district.
I can start with it, and then you all can add to it if you want.
Carlson, go ahead.
I'll just make the motion because I don't think we're allowed to make comments outside the motion. But
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
You recognize Mr. Shelby.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. You absolutely can make comments outside the motion. You're specifically recommended to make comments beyond the motion. The motion looks for specific findings. Ideally, your reason for whatever you choose to do, whether you approve or deny, should be based on something that's in the record, competent substantial evidence, and you cite to it, and you cite to testimony or evidence that you have in support of your position. So,
Well, I'll just make the initial arguments, just that it is, although based on the testimony, it's not in the local historic district, it is in the National Historic District, and there was testimony that their historic structure.
If I can, why don't you just set forth whether your motion is to deny, and then if you have.
Well, can I just make the motion? I'd like to make a motion to deny REZ 21-08 for the property located at 505 South Delaware Avenue due to the failure of the applicant to meet the burden of proof to provide competent substantial evidence that the development as conditioned and shown in the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code, and the applicant's failure to meet the burden of proof with respect to the requested waivers. Specifically, the proposed use is not compatible with surrounding area as required by land use policy, and that that it is the proposed rezoning is not compatible with the existing and predominant pattern of development. That proposed development as shown on the site plan does not promote or encourage development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. The need or desire for waivers necessarily supports the fact that proposed development is not appropriate for this site and does not comply with land development code, and the applicant did not provide evidence that the requested waivers will not substantially interfere with or injure the rights of others whose property would be affected by the waivers. There was a lot of testimony from the neighbors, but they talked about the setback, they talked about the turnaround space, the size of the alleyway, getting access to it, and the incompatibility of the proposed layout of the structure as compared to the predominance of the neighborhood.
Motion denied.
I'll second it, and I'd like to add to it with the maker's permission.
It's been a motion denied by Mr. Carlson, second by Mr. Dingfelder, but he wants comments.
So, Mr. Carlson, if you'll forgive me, let me add a couple of small things. Specifically, the Transportation Department has found this inconsistent, the PD inconsistent, and specifically in regard to the waivers requested. 5 parking spaces are required. They're only offering 4, and frankly, looking at the PD site plan and listening to the testimony, even squishing those 4 on a 40 by 80 foot lot, substandard lot, is pushing it. And then secondly, the drive aisles are required to be 24 feet, and in this case, there's only 15 feet in the proposed plan. So I think that specifically in regard to Mr. Shelby was talking about the waivers, that they do not meet the criteria for the waivers, as you pointed out. I also think it's bad precedent. I think that there's a lot of to say the house is 100 years old, every house around there is 100 years old in regard to the old houses. And if they bought this house 15 years ago, they knew how old the house was, and old houses need work. And I just went through that myself. That's what you get when you buy an old house. You get the good with the bad. But I do believe it establishes a bad precedent. And frankly, I just think that you made a very good point about inconsistency with the neighborhood, and I totally agree with you that the character of that neighborhood as a whole is such that that squishing an additional, X number of square feet on this property and adding more cars, et cetera, some sitting in the front yard, some sitting squished into the backyard, is totally inconsistent with the neighborhood. I wholeheartedly second your motion.
All right, we have a motion denied on the floor. Mr. Carlson, second by Mr. Dingfelder. Roll call.
And may I say something?
You're
briefly?
recognized, Mr. Vieira.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, and I was kind of on the fence. I mean, my thoughts are these, first off, we have a gentleman here who, this has no bearing. This is his choice to be unrepresented, or to not have a formal professional advocate. You have a person who is essentially pro se, if you will, coming before us. Relatively small waivers. I don't have the issue of whether or not we have, granted these waivers in the past, but relatively small waivers such that staff overall found this to be consistent with regards to the 4 spots. He said he'd find a 5th. I believe I heard him say something to that effect. But again, wonderful showing by the neighborhood tonight. I respect that a great deal, but I will respectfully vote no.
Citro,
No.
Miranda, Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco, Viera, and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried with Citro, Maniscalco, and Viera voting no.
All right, we're gonna go back to that accommodation. Mr. Vera, you heading down, sir? Yes, sir. Mr. Maniscalco going too? Yes, Ms. Rosario with the Boy Scouts.
Try to make a circle, that way when they come in, they're gonna come speak here, and that way you guys can kind of all be seen.
Okay.
Okay? It doesn't matter, just try to make a circle so when
All right.
you guys can all be seen. Yep, come up a little bit. Come on, girls, I'm not gonna bite. I'm not gonna. I won't get out.
I think we're waiting for a councilman who's on his way down there.
Yeah.
There he is.
How are you guys? Whew. How are you? Oh, dear Lord, sorry. Just adjusting my tie. It's a real pleasure. May I begin, Mr. Chair?
You begin, sir. You begin, sir.
Thank you, sir. Real pleasure to be here today. We're here to give a Tampa City Council commendation to a very special young man, Nicholas Michelini. Nicholas, if you could come up here, buddy. Nicholas is a fine young man who recently became an Eagle Scout, which is a really, really big deal. Past Eagle Scouts include, top of my head, Steven Spielberg, former President Gerald Ford, Neil Armstrong, and other individuals, including Councilman Dingfelder's father, Simon Dingfelder. God bless him. And this is something that is a really big achievement. It goes to not only hard work and initiative, but character and values, which is something that Nicholas here really, really has. He's a man of service. He comes from a family of service. His great-grandfather served in World War II as an Italian-American in a time when it was difficult for many, many Italian-Americans within their own families. Many were just new to the United States to fight for the United States and whatnot, as many families found. Nicholas has learned from his family, is a man of great values, a young man of great values, and is going to be serving in, what's it, the Navy?
It is.
The Navy. He's going to be signing up in the Navy. And anyone who signs up in the military at any time should be afforded our respect, but especially post 9/11, when if you sign up, there's a very good chance that you're going to be deployed. As we all know, and yet this young man says, here you are, go ahead and send me. And we need more young men and women like that with those type of values. So it is my great pleasure here today to give a Tampa City Council commendation to young Nicholas Michelini. Young man.
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. If you want to sing.
Thank you, guys. I just want to thank you guys for even considering this for me. I greatly appreciate it, and especially Lewis here. He definitely does a lot for me. So,
Mr. Lewis. All right, Mr. Carlson.
Yeah, congratulations, and you come from a great family, obviously. Just personal story, I stopped at the end of Webelos, And all three of my kids stopped at the end of Webelos because of the daunting amount of work that you all know that it takes to get to be Eagle Scout. So congratulations on all your hard work, and we look forward to seeing your service to the community, and thank you for your future service to the Navy. And when you come back, we look forward to engaging you and doing lots of things. And I must also say, it's great to see that that the diversity of scouting is working behind you there. Great to see everybody together. Thank you.
Mr. Citro, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm going to call you Mr. Michelini. You have earned that, especially by this Eagle Scout that you worked so hard for. But I am also glad that you will be able to carry that name with you, Eagle Scout. And you will be surprised how many doors that will open for you. Congratulations on your hard work. I'd also like to shout out to your grandfather and to your mother, and I'm sure they are very, very proud of you, along with the rest of your troop members. Mr. Michelini, congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Engel, recognize.
Congratulations. I think I see your mom over there on the edge of the crowd, and I remember her when she was your age. But anyway, you do come from a great family. Steve, congratulations. We know you're very proud of your grandson. Nicholas, this is just the beginning. We expect to hear great things from you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Johnny Depp. Mr. Mascout.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Nicholas. I know you worked very, very hard to earn this. And I will just say this, to become an Eagle Scout is it's a very special group of individuals. And remember who has earned the rank of Eagle Scout. We've had a president, we've had astronauts. So if somebody ever tells you, the sky's the limit, you tell them that Neil Armstrong was an Eagle Scout and he walked on the moon. So I wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors. I know you're going to go far in life. You come from a great family. You have a wonderful mother, a wonderful grandfather. They've raised you right. I've watched you grow in the last couple of years that I've known you, about 5-6 years. I've watched you grow and succeed, and I think you're going to go really, really far in life. So I just want you to know that we're all very, very proud of you. So congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate
it.
Nicholas, I just want to say thank you, but thank you is not enough. To be an Eagle Scout is something way above what any elected official can think. I've never been an Eagle Scout. The only closest thing I came to being an Eagle is that the first game that I ever played for in baseball was called the Cascading Park Eagles. So we came close, but I'm not nowhere near you. I can also say that when you look at life and you make accomplishments like you did, if I remember the story that I heard out there on Memorial Boulevard when the gentleman said that he came to interview you, and you said that you do anything, and he said, like what? He said, I'll swim across this river and back just to get started on what I have to do to be an Eagle Scout. Well, you've done something there just to prove yourself that you are way above the norm, and the norm is for individuals to get elected. Eagle Scouts are individuals that go more than get elected, and it's not easy to get elected, but it's 5 times harder to be an Eagle Scout. And I want to commend you and your family for doing what you've done, and all the scouts behind you. I'm sure some of them would also one day be an Eagle Scout. Thank you very much for everything you've done, your accomplishment, and remember, there's 3 things you got to do to get ahead. Study hard, and study harder. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Nicholas Michelini, one thing I can say, when a young person receives an accolade, you can be sure that your mother is with joy. She's happy. Your grandpa back there, he's elated that he sees a young man getting ready to turn into a man. And it's so very important when parents and grandparents see their seeds they're sowing and seeing the person that you become, that you will become, because it takes a lot to do what you've accomplished. So again, thank you for doing what you do. Thank you for being a leader. And so others will follow you because they see that you are a leader. So congratulations to you and your family.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Shelby, I think we're gonna move an item or ask for a continuance.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I
sir.
apologize. There were also, the troop also wanted to lead in the pledge.
All right. Sure.
I,
Sure.
thank you.
Well, everybody please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Beer.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Shelby, I believe you said item number 7.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I believe the petitioner's representative is present for number 7, and they have a request. So I ask that number 7 be called up for the purposes of a request for a continuance is my understanding.
Mr. Hussein?
Here we go.
Okay, here we have
Mr. Chairman, this is Steve Michelini, and I'm here with Brian Sell. This next petition, number 7, is one that I'm representing, and jointly, the homeowner association represented Brian and myself are requesting a continuance of this matter so that we can go back and work on this and also address some internal issues regarding this site and personal issues as well. So we respectfully request a continuance of this item.
What date, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Michelini, have you discussed the date?
It would be at least 90 days.
What do you have, Madam Clerk?
Perhaps Mr. Hussein knows what's been said.
This is Ryan Manassi with Development Coordination. This is the first staff's hearing about this continuance. Just so we're aware, what are we talking about revising on the plan? Because again, this is the first time we've heard about it. We were expecting this case to be heard.
Mr. Manassi, we're not really sure at this point. There were some issues that were raised late today, and we need to sit down and talk with the homeowner association and sit down and work these matters out. We may require an additional DRC, but I'm not sure at this point. That's why I was requesting 90 days.
Thank you, Mr. Migley. Chair, just so you know, I mean, I have the schedule in front of me, and I'm trying to keep the cases where we want them. We don't really have, I mean, we're booked up on 10 cases, so 10, 11 cases in some cases. So it's at the pleasure of you, sir, if you'd want to have this continue to be one of the third. It'd probably make like if we're looking at is like 11/18 or 12/9. Does that?
Make it 12/9.
12/9, we have 10 regular rezoning so far, sir. So that'd be one continued on there.
December 9th is agreeable to the petitioner as well as the homeowner association.
And then, I'm sorry, Chair, just for the record, so would Mr. Michelini be revising a site plan, resubmitting to Development Coordination on track with December 9th in order to, for staff to review it appropriately?
What is that schedule, Ryan?
We would need, if we're going through DRC would start 9/21, September 21st.
That's too soon. It'll have to go to the next month, probably.
So the next rezoning is January 20th, and that DRC is 10/26.
That's much better.
Although that's getting a little bit far out. That's what, 5 months out now from where we are? Is that correct?
Well, the difficulty here, Marty, is that if it has to go to DRC, which it probably will, there won't be enough time to sit down with the homeowner association, resolve the issues there, and also get it back into the city staff. So that's why I was being a little more conservative about the time and not trying to push this too quickly.
Okay. Well,
And Chair, if I may, Kate Wells, you probably have something to say about the 180 days.
Thank you, Mr. Manassi. Mr. Chairman, Kate Wells for the record. There is a requirement both in Florida statutes and in the Tampa City Code that applications that require approval through a quasi-judicial hearing such as this must be acted upon by City Council within 180 days of the application being considered complete. Typically, the applications are considered complete once they're scheduled for hearing. So with the applicant's request to move this out to January, he will have to present extenuating circumstances satisfactory to council that would allow such an extension beyond the 180 days.
So it may be better to withdraw this in that case?
So what would the schedule be within the time frame of less than 180 days?
It goes off your set date, Mr. Michelini. So, you know, when this case was set for public hearing, this is the 8/19. So if we set you on 7/13, it'd be 180 days from there. But I think Ms. Wells stated that, you know, it's up to council to show that this is extenuating circumstances. And I mean, it's up to legal and chair, I guess, if you guys want to continue it, but I think they're going to run into an issue with that 180 days.
Is it waivable, Ms. Wells?
As I stated, it's up to the applicant to present extenuating circumstances satisfactory to city council in order to waive the 180-day period.
The owner is telling me he can meet the December 9th date.
What I don't like, you know, is when we're unsure of what we're doing. You know, if the applicant is saying he has issues, then why are we even trying to set dates when the applicant is not sure we're going to meet these other deadlines? And now we're saying that you may have to have some extenuating circumstances for this council to even consider moving forward in the future.
I think the issue, Mr. Chairman, was that we only became aware of this in writing today after noon today. Otherwise, we would probably have still continued with this hearing. So in deference to the comments that were made and the late notice on that, we're respectfully requesting time to sit down, listen to what has to be said, and it may require significant changes in the site plan. So, I mean, it's not something that we planned. We only became aware of it today.
I'd like to speak for myself if I could. Good evening, council members. Brian Seal with the Tampa Heights Civic Association. I have met with the property owner as far back as May concerning this. However, the site plan that was revised that is in front of you tonight was not presented to our board until 10 days ago. There were some concerns voiced there. The board voted against it, but we were open to hearing modifications of that, which came over the weekend. And so instead of opposing it outright tonight, we are willing to agree to a continuance in good faith that we can work this out without having to be on opposing sides any longer. So there is a little bit of late notice on all sides. The reason you got a statement that late today is because as a volunteer organization, it takes us some time to circle around different communication as well as plans presented.
Mr. Shelby, you recognize that Mr. Carlson had his hand up.
Mr. Chairman and council, if what you've heard from both the applicant and the president of the neighborhood association in your minds constitutes extenuating circumstances, then you can just make that finding and put it on to leave a sufficient amount of time to be able to get it done, whether it's December, if it's not, then January. But certainly, council has done that before, has set things out a little bit, as opposed to made it.
So we set it for the January 20th date. That should give them ample enough time, and then we go ahead and approve it tonight. We don't have to worry about coming back in reference to asking for permission again. We're set to go, correct, Mr. Shelby?
If everyone agrees that January 20th will be a sufficient amount of time, there doesn't look like there's any continuances set for that date, so we'll just be mindful of that date. And if that's acceptable to council and it's in the record that council makes that finding, I think that should be sufficient.
Mr. Carlson, you recognize, sir.
If I could, I'm happy to make a motion. I think the extenuating circumstance of the need to communicate and negotiate with the neighborhood is sufficient to justify moving the date to January 20th.
Motion for Mr. Carlson. Second.
Second.
Mr. Shelby, you're recognized. See your hand, sir.
I just want to be clear because, again, January, we go back to the 6 p.m. time. Should we set this then for 6 p.m. on, as opposed to continuing things to 5 o'clock? We'll just set this one for 6 o'clock, and if council decides to ultimately do that, then this one will still be set for 6. But I just
Set
wanna
for
be-
6.
Okay.
At
that'll be
6.
fine.
Chair, if I may, real fast. I'm sorry, Chair.
You're recognized, Mr. Manasseh.
Thank you, sir. Ryan Manassi, Development Coordination. Just for the record, then, Mr. McLeany would need to submit plans by 9/27 to stay on that track for January 20th, which will give him another DRC date of October. I'm sorry, I just want to make that very clear for the record so I can annotate it correctly on my side.
All right, I saw a head shake, Mr. McLean.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We acknowledge those dates.
All right.
Thank you.
All minds and hearts good with that. There's a motion on the floor. Mr. Carlson, have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I just have one question. Do you need to state on the record that you're waiving the 180 days? Or that we've provided sufficient information to warrant that?
I think Mr. Carlson stated that.
Did I say that? Yeah.
I believe he
I said
stated.
because of the extenuating circumstances of the need to communicate with and
stated.
negotiate with the community.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we didn't run into a timeline issue. Thank you
Yeah,
very
so
much.
if we could maybe, Madam Clerk, if we could just add, because of the extenuating circumstances, we would waive the 180-day rule and reschedule it for January 20th. Continue it to January 20th.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, we'll backtrack now and go back to item number 5.
Thanks so much. Zain Hussein here, Development Coordination, going over agenda item number 5. Case REZ 21-24. The applicant is Pablo Aviles, proposing to rezone the property located at 2918 North Woodrow Avenue, proposing a rezone from RS50 to PD, residential, single-family detached. I will now pass it along to Jennifer Malone.
Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission. This site is within the Central Tampa Planning District in the Tampa Heights neighborhood and also within the Tampa Heights Urban Village. There's a transit stop approximately 1 block to the west of the site on North Boulevard. It's in a level E evacuation zone, and Plymouth Playground is the closest public recreational facility about a quarter-mile northwest of the site. Here's the site. As you can see, it's very close. It's just east of North Boulevard. Graham Elementary is located further east over here at West Street and North Nevada Avenue. We have a softball field on the to the north of the site. It's pretty typically single-family detached in the surrounding area with some of those lighter commercial or office uses along North Boulevard. This is the adopted future land use as residential 10, and that's the predominant land use in the surrounding area. To the west of the site is that light pink color is SMU 6. That allows suburban mixed use 6. It allows very limited office uses. So that's identifying those office uses along North Boulevard. The blue is public, and that's the elementary school that I pointed out earlier. This portion of North Woodrow Avenue has an existing density of 8.58 units per acre. So that is within the residential 10 future land use designation density. And the subject site, if this is approved, would be able to develop at 9.52 units per acre. So again, it is within that density that is planned for under the residential 10 future land use. I would also point out the policy that states that the city shall direct the greatest share of growth to urban villages. And we do find that this will meet that policy direction, and it is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the long-range development pattern encouraged in the residential 10 future land use designation. So that concludes my presentation, and like always, I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Zane, you're up.
Thanks so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Can I please have control of the screen? All right.
Whose dog?
That's my puppy.
There you go.
He's like my son, so there you go. Case REZ 21-24, applicant and representative is Pablo Aviles, property address 2918 North Woodrow Avenue. Again, so rezone from RS50, residential single family, to PD, planned development, residential single family detached. There is one waiver to allow a reduction in aisle width from 24 feet to 20 feet. As you see the aerial, you will see West Street to the north. Along the west side, you'll see North Boulevard. Along the east side, you'll see North Woodrow Avenue. And also along the south, you'll have West Euclid Avenue, with the area located in red. As you see the conforming map here, you'll see that there was 457 lots that were analyzed here. Out of the 457 lots that were analyzed, 84 of these lots, or 18%, have been developed with a width of 49.99 or less, and 373 of the lots, or 82%, have been developed with a width of 50 feet or greater. The subject block, as you see the property, the subject block contains 14 total zoning lots. 2 of these lots, or 14% of the lots, have been developed with a width of 50 feet or greater, and 12, or 86% of the lots, have been developed with a width of 49.99 feet or less. Also, the block of North Woodrow Avenue, both sides of the street contain 14 total lots. 6 of these lots, or 43% of the lots, have a width of 50 feet or greater, and 8 of the lots, or 57% of the lots, have a width of 49.99 feet or less. Staff has analyzed this and found that 18% of the lots in the study, 14% of the lots of the subject block, and 57% of the lots of the block that face North Woodrow are 50 feet or less in width. Staff finds the proposed zoning request to be consistent with the existing development pattern of the overall area, block, and block face. The lots north and south, as I go to the aerial again, the lots north and south have 4,800 square foot each. The site is located on the southwest corner of West Street and North Woodrow Avenue. The property is surrounded by zoning districts RS50 to the north, south, west, and residential office, or RO, to the east. As you see the site, to the south of the site, you'll see the residential single family. To the north of the site, you'll see the intersection, also residential single family. And to the east of the site, you'll see residential single family and residential office. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Please reference my findings in the development coordination related to the existing development pattern in the immediate area. And please reference findings by development coordination related to the existing development pattern in the immediate area also. Thank you. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, gentlemen? All right, we'll hear from the applicant. Yes, the applicant is registered?
Yes, they are.
Chair, Mr. Cliff Parchman is on. He just need to unmute himself and turn on his video.
Yes, ma'am. This is Cliff Parchman. I am unmuted, and for some reason my camera is backwards, so forgive me. Give me 1 second. Okay, I fixed the webcam, but it's not allowing me to share. Forgive me. There we go.
All right, we got it.
Can everyone hear me now?
Is there anybody else speaking on this item besides you, Mr. Parchman?
My partner is Mr. Pablo Villas. Is his video available?
We can get everybody sworn at one time if he's speaking. Do we have it, Mr. Vilas, on,
Mr. Chairman, while we're working on Mr. Aviles, just one question for Mr. Parchman. Has he been authorized to represent the applicant in this matter?
Yes,
I don't
ma'am.
see his name on the agent authorization.
Okay.
And maybe I overlooked it.
Mr. Pablo Aviles is logged on. However, I'm not able to elevate him. I'm not sure if he's using a cell phone or another device that's not GoToWebinar compatible.
All right, Mr. Parchman, you are certified to speak on behalf of the applicant?
Yes, sir. I'm co-owner of the property.
Okay.
We submitted the paperwork. I have an email from. You give me 1 second. I submitted the paperwork to be a member. We submitted the affidavit. I have it. Let me see.
Zane, you're recognized. We can clear it up.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. It was actually just submitted, so he is authorized.
All right, let's move on. Let's swear him in, Madam Clerk.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're recognized, sir.
If I inquire, the co-presenter, is that person going to be necessary for your presentation to bring forth some evidence? Are you prepared to go on without him because he cannot be able to use his video?
Yes, sir. I'm prepared to go on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. First, thank everyone for their time. I appreciate it. And thank you for being flexible with the video system. On the proposed property, when we purchased it, the reason you see it now as just a lot, there was a very dilapidated home on the property. It was pretty much inhabitable. Excuse me, I can never say that word. And after looking at it, having some contractors out there, we made the decision to demolish the property and start from new. Being born and raised in Tampa, I actually went to Blake when it was just a 7th grade center right on the other side of the bridge there. We've seen that area grow and develop rapidly. So wanting to continue to enhance the community, we felt that it was the best option to build 2 single-family homes within the community. We plan on keeping it within the same style of the community, the kind of semi-bungalow style. Nothing that's going to look different from what's going on in the community. We just really want to enhance the community. We worked with different members within the planning development on the plans, proposed what we were looking to build, and that's pretty much it on our side. I mean, I'm open for any questions. If you got any questions on what we're looking to build, anything at all, feel free to ask them. But yeah, it's just 2 single-family homes that we're looking to put on that lot.
Any questions from council? Any questions? All right, no questions. Do we have anybody on the second floor to talk on this item?
Council members, yes, we have one person from the public who would like to speak on this matter.
All right.
And he has been sworn in.
Good evening, council members. I'm back. I'm Brian Seal, president of the Tampa Heights Civic Association.
Can you step forward just a little bit?
Ms. Shelby, you recognize, so you hit your hand?
Been sworn in. I don't,
Yes.
did you say he
I
had?
have been sworn.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Brian Seal at 313 West Park Avenue in Tampa Heights. I'm also the president of the Tampa Heights Civic Association. Speaking to you on this case on my own accord, though, I came tonight in regards to item number 7 on the agenda, but being that this one was on, I wanted to comment on it as well. Our board reviewed and had no objections to this. While we did not elect to draft a letter of support, there were no objections to this case, and myself personally, I find it to be a good project in the neighborhood and do not object to any of the waivers requested or anything else contained in the PD rezoning. Find it to be a great project for the neighborhood that follows precedent set in the development style and pattern of the neighborhood. So I would request that you approve the rezoning, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. I think Mr. Rosario said we only had one person. Do we have anybody registered to speak, Madam Clerk?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
All right, we'll bring the applicant back with any rebuttal. I think we have any.
No rebuttal on my end, just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. All right, the move is closed. Ms. Maniscalco has moved. Mr. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. We'll go back to Mr. Vieira.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, I hereby move an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in the general city of 2918 North Woodrow Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RS 50 residential single family to PD plan development residential single family detached, providing an effective date. Second.
Mr. Miranda beat you to the punch already, sir, but roll call vote.
Goods?
Yes.
Vieira? Yes. Maniscalco? Yes. Carlson?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
And Cedro. Yes. Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 30th at 9:30 a.m.
Item number 8.
Sorry, sir, did you say item number 8?
Yes, sir. Item 8, sir. Item number 8, Jane.
Thank you so much. Zane Hussein here, Development Coordination, going agenda item number 8, case REZ 21-38. The applicant is Cami Corbett. The location is 4701 North Himes Avenue, 4610 North Emerald Avenue, 4612 North Emerald Avenue, 4614 North Emerald Avenue, 4616 North Emerald Avenue, and this is proposing a rezone from PD and RS60 to PD School. I will now pass it along to Jennifer Malone.
Thank you, Zane. Jennifer Malone here with the Planning Commission. This is located in the Central Tampa Planning District. It's going to be our theme for tonight. Pretty much everything is in that area. It is approximately 33.53 acres. I apologize. I'm reading the wrong part. I'm going to start over. It's in the Central Tampa Planning District. The site is located approximately 0.2 miles to the north along the corner of North Himes Avenue and West Orleans Avenue as a transit stop, and it's located within the Level E evacuation zone. This is an aerial of the subject site. It is outlined in the purple line. You see Al Lopez Park is directly to the west of the subject site, and then surrounding the subject site to the east and north is a detached single family neighborhood. To the south are medical offices. And further out of the screen is the St. Joseph's Hospital. So the subject site has a future land use designation of public and residential 10. However, the applicant has indicated on the site plan that the residential 10 portions of the site will only be utilized for parking and retention, which is an allowable use in that future land use designation. To the south of the subject site is urban mixed use 60, and to the west of the subject site is community mixed use 35. Further west of the subject site is recreation open space. We did find this consistent with the comprehensive plan. We found that the proposed 3-tier buffer that the applicant is providing is providing that adequate buffering to the neighbors that do surround the property. As I noted in my staff report, and I believe I saw it in Dane's staff report as well, this has been an established part of the community since about 1956. So we do think that it's an established piece of the neighborhood. The public, so my public future land use designation, just seeks to make sure that these uses remain compatible with the neighborhood, and it recognizes that a lot of these are established pieces of the community. So we did find that buffering consistent, and we found that it would be compatible with the surrounding residential uses, and I am available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Zane?
Thanks so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. I will share my screen. Case REZ 21-38. The applicant is Jesuit High School of Tampa, INC. Representative name is Kemi Corbett. Property address, again, is 4701 North Himes Avenue, 4612, 4616, 4610, and 4614 North Emerald Avenue. Proposing from a PD, REZ 15-78, and RS 60, Residential Single Family 60, to PD Planned Development School. As you see, there are 3 previously approved waivers, and now there's a new waiver to request the removal of one of the non-hazardous grand trees, as shown in the next few slides. If we look at the aerial of the proposed work, you will see where the school lies. To the west, you'll have Al Lopez Park. To the north, you'll have West Osborne Avenue. To the running up north and south on the west side, you'll have North Himes Avenue. To the south, you will have a SunTrust Bank. As you see the site plan here of the 2 proposed parcels being added, the subject parcel contains 34.75 acres. The planned development entitled the construction and expansion of the existing school facilities. The property is located at the southeast corner of West Osborne Avenue and North Himes Avenue. It's surrounded by RS 60 zoning with detached single-family dwelling units to the north, east, and RS 50 zoning with a public use facility, Al Lopez Field, to the west, and also a PD with office buildings, Tampa Bay Park, to the south. The proposed addition is located at the northwest corner of this parcel, and access is on North Himes Avenue. As you see the picture of the school, unfortunately the doors were unlocked, the gate was locked, so I couldn't really access the actual campus itself, but took a picture of the sign outside the school. To the south of the school, you'll see SunTrust Bank. To the west of the site, you will see the park. And to the north of the site, you will see all the way up to Osborne Avenue. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Should it be the pleasure of the City Council to approve the application, further modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant between first and second reading of ordinance as stated on the revision sheet. Thank you. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, gentlemen? Any questions? All right, we'll move to the applicant, and we'll need to swear them in.
Good evening. This is Kami Corbett. We do have, we should have 2 people from Jesuit as well as Mark Sullivan from our team should be registered. They are registered. I'm not sure. I don't see them on the screen before we begin swearing.
Do we have anybody on the second floor for this item that they may be on the second floor?
There's Mr. Leonard.
Okay.
There's
There's no one here to speak on this.
There's Mr.
Thank you.
Avenate, and then is there Mark Sullivan? There he is. Okay, we're all here. You may proceed with swearing us in. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Good evening, Council. Again, Cammie Corbett with the law firm of Hill Ward Henderson. I have the privilege of representing Jesuit High School this evening. I have with me Chuck Leonard, who's the CFO, Enrique Avenade, who's the Director of Institutional Planning, and our engineer, Mark Sullivan, and our arborist, Ricky Pederica. As usual, staff did a great job of making a presentation, but I also do have some slides that I would like to share with you just to put the request in context. So if I could share if you have the ability to share my screen, please. Are you able to see that?
We see it.
Okay, thank you, Kate. Again, circled in yellow are the two properties that are coming in. This aerial shows that there are single-family homes on site. Those have actually been, excuse me one moment, my computer is alternating back and forth and I can't see what I'm showing you. So those homes have been demolished. This next slide should be let me see if I can see in full screen mode. The next slide is just an aerial image of the site plan, and you'll see in the upper right corner there, that is where the proposed drainage, the drainage parcels are. This next slide, sorry, I'm having terrible technical difficulties. Bear with me. Is there slides moving? I'm sorry.
No,
apologize.
not at all.
Okay. Anyway, I'm just gonna, maybe I'll show you the images later. I'll just continue on with my presentation. Basically, the parcels that we're adding are going to be added for drainage and for purposes of parking, primarily though 100%, I would say probably 90% of them are for.
You went mute, Cammie.
Mr. Chair, while
Yes,
she's coming back, I just realized that I have a conflict related to, my company does business with with a client related to this organization, so I need to get the leave. I'll file a report.
Cammie, you're muted. You're muted for some reason.
I can't unmute myself.
No. We got you now.
Okay, all right. Actually, let's try the slides again. All right, back to square one, sorry. Okay, can you see that illustrative plan?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, this is what I was trying to show. So you see on the right-hand side, we've got the drainage area. And then also you see in the upper right-hand corner of this, you'll see the corner monument concept that you saw on the staff slide for the northern side on Himes, where we have the brick ornamentation with the wrought iron fencing. We're going to continue that at Osborne and Emerald and continue that along Emerald.
Cammie, sorry, Enrique, I don't see this. It's not showing on the screen.
Council, are you seeing it?
I'm seeing it.
We see the big overall map of the whole campus. Yeah. That's what we're seeing. It hasn't advanced.
I apologize. I don't know how to get back to where this is. It's frozen there. Let me stop screening and maybe stop and try again.
Well, maybe, well, there you go. You've got neighborhood commitments.
Okay. Oh, nope, anyway.
Can you do your
Sorry.
presentation without the slides?
I will say that we have made neighborhood commitments to address traffic in the neighborhood. We were planning to show those later on, but we might as well show them now. we are agreeing to go ahead and, subject to design and we're going to install a traffic control measure at the east parking lot. We will utilize a left turn only signs at the Emerald Gate and east parking. Jesuit staff will monitor the area at dismissal time and left turn enforcement. Jesuit will utilize a police presence in the neighborhood to enforce speed. We'll use Himes as the primary construction entrance for the construction activities for the Fine Arts Building. And lastly, we'll participate with efforts with the neighborhood to request speed tables or other traffic control measures. At this time, I'm going to ask Ricky Pederica to talk to you about the one requested waiver for the removal of the grand tree and provide justification for that waiver. And I will stop sharing and try to figure out how to get my slides back up.
Thank you, Cami. Ricky Pederica, Dark Moss. Good evening, Council. I'm here to speak on the single waiver. As Cami mentioned, there's a grand tree near the proposed residential parcels in the northeast corner of the site that's currently a lot line tree.
I can't get this.
There's a parking lot existing there, and it's being expanded or reconfigured currently, along with a stormwater pond. We're on the residential lots. I was asked to prepare two reasonable reconfiguration options to see if we could modify either the pond or the parking lot or both to preserve that tree. One option, we did not modify. I did not modify the pond and modified the parking lot, and it resulted in a 20 space reduction in parking. That's not something we can accomplish with the design exception. So in my opinion, that qualifies as an unreasonable reconfiguration. And second, the second option, we were able to maintain the exact parking count, but the parking envelope intruded into the residentially planned parcels and reduced the pond area, which would have adversely affected the neighborhood by encroaching further beyond the agreed upon kind of limit of hard development. So again, that seemed unreasonable in terms of negotiations made with the neighborhood, which was a critical part of this request. So I'll turn it back to Cami if she's back. Yep.
I am here, Council. I am still having technical difficulties. Are you still able to see me? Because I can't see anybody.
Yes, we see you.
Okay. Well, in conclusion, we do have staff recommendations of consistency and compatibility with the Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan, as well as their findings that we have satisfied the PD criteria and the special use criteria. And at this time, I'll just cut our presentation short and make ourselves available to answer any questions, and then just ask that we reserve any time that we may have remaining for rebuttal.
Thank you, Cami. Anyone, you recognize?
Thank you. Ms. Corbett, sorry about the technical stuff. We know it's not your fault. Listen, one thing I was curious about was you talked about the residential street. I've driven by your campus on the Heim side a million times, but never been on the campus. But is there currently access from your students either in or out to that residential street? What was the name of it? Emerald or something?
Emerald. There is, yes, and that is controlled by the PD as to the hours that it can be open. It can only be open during morning opening and dismissal.
Okay, so the existing PD already has that on there. This is not changing that.
That's correct. We are not changing anything about that. Correct.
Okay, and I saw that you were making some additional concessions or promises to the neighborhood. Are those within the PD or are those extraneous from the PD?
They're extraneous from the PD. They were issues that were raised that we had a community meeting. We've had several community meetings, and the most recent community meeting we had, the primary concern that people had was what was happening on Emerald, both from a construction traffic purpose and then also the existing east parking lot over there. And so some of those items are not related to this PD. So we decided that we've made a commitment to them. We've made that commitment to them in writing. They have that in writing, so they know that we are committed to it. Mr. Leonard was at that meeting. Mr. Avenade was at that meeting. And Jesuit has already begun implementing the utilization of the police presence. They had a little bit of issue, quite frankly, with COVID in being able to get the regular officers out there, but they do definitely have a schedule set, and they've already started implementing those things, even though they're not required by the PD or otherwise. We're committed to being a good neighbor, and we will continue to work with the neighborhood regardless of the conditions of the PD.
Okay, well, obviously, we're happy that Jesuit is good neighbors, but Ms. Wells and Mr. Shelby always inform us we're not supposed to consider extraneous agreements, between the petitioner and the neighbors. Is that correct, Ms. Wells?
That is correct, Councilman Dingfelder. There were certain commitments with regard to like directional signage. Those are the types of conditions that may be placed on the PD because that will control how the PD operates. But with respect to how the establishment itself would operate, and that goes with regard to the police presence, the commitment to working with the neighborhood to get speed tables, those are the type of conditions that may not be placed on the PD site plan.
All right, thank you all.
Any other questions? Any other questions, gentlemen? All right, do we have, again, anybody on the second floor for this item?
Eileen Rosario, Development Growth Management. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody registered to speak on this item?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
Second.
Ms. Citrus moved to close. Mr. Miranda second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Mr. Maniscalco, item number 8, sir.
Yes, sir. I have an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 4701 North Himes Avenue and 4610, 4612, 4614, and 4616 North Emerald Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification PD plan development and RS60 residential single family to PD plan development school, providing an effective date. The petitioner has showed plenty of evidence in support, as well as city staff in finding this, the consistency on this property, and that's it.
Mr. Dingfelder has already seconded. Roll call vote.
Maniscalco? Yes. Viera? Yes. Goods?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
And Carlson. Motion carried with Carlson abstaining. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 30th at 9:30 a.m.
Item number 9.
Thanks so much, Zain Hussein here, Development Coordination. Thanks so much here. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Item number 9 on the agenda, case REZ 21-44. The applicant is David Mechanic, requesting to rezone the property at 504 South Moody Avenue from CG to PD, residential single family attached. I'll now pass it along to Jennifer Malone.
Jennifer Malone with your Planning Commission. This is, as Zane pointed out, 2144 on South Moody Avenue. It's located in the Central Tampa Planning District. It's within a mixed-use corridor. It's within proximity to transit. There is a stop about 1 block to the east and west of the subject site on South Howard Avenue and South Amelia Avenue. It's within Evacuation Zone C and Hyde Park. It's the closest public recreational facility, approximately a half mile to the southeast of the site. This is an aerial of the site here. As you can see, South Howard Avenue is a pretty vibrant commercial corridor. Just to the east of the site, that's a strip plaza with restaurants and various uses. To the north of the site, this is a multifamily residential development. same to the west of the site, and it's generally defined by varying levels of residential development in the surrounding area with those commercial uses along South Howard Avenue. The land use pattern reflects this. It's very eclectic in the area. The subject site is Community Commercial 35. That's the red. The pink surrounding it is Community Mixed Use 35. To the east, this dark brown is Residential 35. And then to the west, this lighter brown is the Residential 20 future land use designation. All of the surrounding land use, it's kind of smushed between Community Mixed Use 35 and itself, the CC 35 allows for this mixed use development pattern, a variety of uses between commercial and residential, and that's what it's planned for in this area, and the uses reflect that. So I would just point out again that the multifamily uses are present along the western portion of South Moody Avenue. This proposed plan development is allowing 10 dwelling units. That is within the density allowable under the Community Commercial 35 future land use designation, and it is comparable and compatible with the surrounding uses. The existing average density of the surrounding area is about 23.55 units per acre, and the subject site is going to have a density of 25 units per acre, which is below the Community Commercial 35 density maximum. And we did also find that this PD is addressing the mixed use plan, the mixed use corridor policies with their entrances and internal pedestrian pathways. And I would just state again that it is consistent with the plan and compatible with the surrounding development pattern. And that concludes my presentation. Thanks.
Thank you. Zane?
Thanks so much. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Can you see my screen?
That's it.
Switch screens.
See the cute puppy.
Can you see my screen now?
We see it.
Wonderful. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination, case REZ 21-44. Applicant and representative is David Mechanic. Property address 504 South Moody Avenue. Proposed rezone from CG, Commercial General, to PD, Residential Single Family Attached. As you see the waivers below, and the site here on the aerial view will you see boxed out in red. To the north you have West Horatio Street. To the east you have South Howard. To the south you have West Swan Avenue. And then also to the west you have South Armenia Avenue.
What's on the
As you see the
what's
site
on the
plan-
parcel now, Zane? Excuse me.
It's Ramos Companies.
Thank you.
As you see the site right now, as you see the site plan here, you'll see all 10 units. The proposed rezone is to construct 10 dwelling units, residential single family attached. It is a 27,990 square feet structure. The petitioner proposes 2 of these buildings. Both buildings have 4 stories each, and the subject site contains 0.4 acres and is located 1 lot south of the northwest corner of West Horatio Street and South Moody Avenue. Vehicular access is here to the west along South Moody Avenue. Based on the proposed use, a total of 23 parking spaces are required and 22 parking spaces are being provided. Note the waiver number 5 here. Seeing the pictures of the site as is. To the west of the site, you'll see residential multifamily. To the south of the site, you'll also see residential multifamily. And to the north of the site, you'll also see residential multifamily. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Should it be the pleasure of the City Council to approve the application, further modifications to the site plan must be completed between first and second reading. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
All right, any questions for Zane? Okay, hearing none, we'll hear from the applicant and get them sworn in.
I don't see Mr. Ramos on the screen.
He was there a minute ago. There he is.
Please raise your right hand. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Shall I begin?
You're up,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, council members, good evening. I'm here on behalf of James Ramos, who is the owner, developer, and contractor for this project. I also have with me Randy Cohen, the planner, who designed the site plan for this project. I'd just like to mention, Zane did a very thorough job of presenting the project, so we don't have to go through a lot of details. I would like to just point out the indication of inconsistency for this project, in my view, is somewhat misleading because there are 10 departments that review the application and 9 of them determined that it was consistent. The only finding of inconsistency is from the Transportation Department, who offers a technical objection because of the fact that we are requesting a waiver of 1 parking space, which is a 4% reduction. So overall, and I think you will have heard with the Planning Commission report, that this project is exactly the kind of project that the comprehensive plan is recommending be put in this particular location. With that, I will ask Randy Cohen to just sort of walk you through the site, and then I will wrap up by addressing the waivers. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council, or good evening, I should say at this point. I'd like to share my screen if that's possible. Please let me know when you can see it.
Yep.
Gotta blow it up.
Okay, great. This is the site plan. Zane had shown it to you earlier. We did a colored version to make it a little more readable. Townhouses, 5 on the north side, 5 on the south side, 2 levels above parking plus a partial 3rd level. You see we have 2 spaces, garage spaces for every one of the vehicles. We have balconies both on the north and south of each of the vehicles, each of the buildings. We have pedestrian access to the units fronting the street. We also have pedestrian access to all of the units on both sides. So we have separate pedestrian access from vehicle access, which is always a good design point. We have provided 2 visitor spaces. I will say we're required to have 22.5 spaces. We have 22, so technically we have a waiver for 1 parking space. This is a handicap space. This is actually what could be a parking space, but it's a backup space because we have a gated entry here for safety and security reasons. We've maximized the green space on the side as we can. Like to move to, oh, it's not gonna let me. There we are. Wanted to show you the building elevations. The north and the south are the same. This is actually the street elevation to Moody. You can see the front door for the unit that faces Moody. This is the interior or south face of the north building that shows you the parking garages, shows you the 2 floors above it, and begins to show you that partial floor on the 4th. This is the eastern end of the building where it shows you very well the partial floor on the 4th with some balconies and terrace areas there. Also well shows the balconies we have on both the 2nd and the 3rd floors engaging the neighborhood. The southern building is exactly the same facade. You can see, by the way, on the southern building, this is the south view where we have the sidewalk adjacent to the property and we have the private entrances to each of the units in this area. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Don't want to take up a lot of your time unless you have specific questions.
Ms. Defoe, you recognize.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Cohen, could you put up the elevation from the street?
Sure, once again. Okay, may I share my screen?
And Mr. Ramos, I don't want you to take this personally, what I'm gonna say, because it really
Oh,
has
I just
nothing.
got it up. There we are. This is the,
Oh, we can't see it.
Sure.
There it is.
yeah, there it is. This is the facade that would be facing Moody with the front door.
Okay, so I've seen these types of, or we've all seen these types of buildings go up, you know, in the vicinity of Howard and McDill, and they seem to be functioning, you know, okay. I just think that aesthetically, from the street, that they look like warehouses, people warehouses. And I realize they're very expensive and they're going to be very nice inside. Ironically, from the side of the building, they look very nice in these drawings in terms of the fenestration and that sort of thing from the garage side and from the, you know, from the exterior side. But when I look at the street elevation, it's always, well, this one is slightly better than some of the others, but it just doesn't do anything. And I just wonder why, you know, the street elevation is what the community sees. And I just wonder why we haven't put a little bit more into the architectural part of that, that as opposed to some really nice architectural renderings that I'm seeing on the, you know, on the I guess it'd be the north and the south sides.
James, would you like to respond to that?
And is there any opportunity for improvement?
Well, there's always opportunity for improvement. We are actually facing units 1. Randy, is it 1 and 6? Okay, 1 and 10. Mr. Dingfelder, we're facing 1 and 10 to Moody because that's similar to the rest of the neighborhood. But the courtyards were actually increasing. So in front of us to the east is the Shops of Howard. And then there's a commercial building to the north of us, and then multifamily to the west of us. And then to the south of us is a dumpster in the back of the Oriental restaurant there at the Shops of Howard. So we're going to be taking down a fence and putting up a wall. Right now, we're using it as a construction office with a warehouse. While it's nice to be around 40 bars and restaurants for lunch, it's probably not the best use for the property. So we came up with something that's downgrading from the zoning from CG to PD, but the structure itself is going to be 4-story concrete block. Similar to what I build in the city of Tampa and what my family's done since 1956. So it's going to be a nice structure. Can we improve the facade? Surely, but from the folks that we've showed this to, it's already well above what a typical developer that you see doing these around Tampa is. It's got.
I think the bar is rather low. In that regard, it's unfortunate, but like I say, a lot of these types of drive down the middle, 10-unit projects, from the street side, just look like warehouses of people. So,
if I might, Mr. Dingfelder, just to clarify, the narrower dimension of the building, which is what I think you were more complimentary of, is the frontage which faces Moody. The wider dimension will be facing the interior courtyard.
No, I know the narrower part is facing Moody. I'm aware of that, David. What I'm saying is when I look on the right side, which shows the 5 units, I see some nice architectural renderings. When I look at the narrow side that's going to be what the public sees from the Moody side. It just doesn't do much. Anyway, okay, go ahead, carry on.
Mr. Dingfelder, just one thing to add. So the units in the back portion and the views from Howard are going to be seeing, the north and the south facades. So, I don't know if anybody has a view of what we look at today regarding the townhomes that are there, but maybe it's the artwork in this drawing that we did, but I can tell you that we're putting, a high level of finishes on this building. So it's gonna be nice.
Okay. Well, Mr. Ramos, I know you have a nice product elsewhere, so I'll keep my fingers crossed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would just like, this Dave Mechanic again, I'd like to just wrap up our presentation by discussion of the requested waivers. We actually just touched on this. While the code requires that the units front on public right-of-way, in most cases, that's not a feasible requirement to comply with, because as you can see, this site is almost perfectly square. And for you only to be able to build units that face the public right-of-way, we would only be able to build 4 units rather than 10. So the 2 ends of the building certainly will face the right-of-way and have a front door in compliance with that section. The others are simply not possible. And I would like to point out, which speaks to all of the waivers, we are not maximizing the density on this property. We are proposing 10 units. The base density in CC 35 would allow 12 units, and that doesn't even get into the idea of a bonus on top of that. So we're well within the density, and we're not trying to cram every last unit onto the site. The waivers concerning vehicular use buffer and green space, as well as the ability to plant trees, mitigate for trees in the tree fund, as well as the one space reduction in parking, are all due to the fact that the city's regulations in this regard, on regard to those points, are suburban regulations, and we are in an urban infill environment here, and you just simply cannot adhere to those regulations within the context of an urban development design. And again, I would just simply remind council that this proposal was deemed to be consistent by the Planning Commission, and 9 out of 10 departments of the city of Tampa. The only negative mark was, again, the minuscule reduction in parking of 4%. So with that, we would be happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions, gentlemen? Any questions? All right. Do we have anybody from the public to speak on this item?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
Do we have anybody on the second floor?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There is no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Mr. Titros, move to close. Mr. Maniscalco, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Titros, you do the honors, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. File number REZ 21-44 is being presented. First reading and consideration of ordinance rezoning the property in general vicinity of 504 South Moody Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification CG commercial general to planned development PD residential single family attached, providing for an effective date as the compliance with the applicable goals, objectives, and policy in the comprehensive plan. The density purpose and development does not exceed the density anticipated under the future land use category, and the compliance with the Land Development Code, Section 27-133. Proposed use is the efficient and sustainable use of land and infrastructure, and this is going to be complete with waivers and revisions between first and second reading.
Has been seconded by Mr. Miranda. Roll call vote.
Question on motion.
You're recognized.
Yeah, I'm going to support the motion tonight, Mr. Ramos and Cone and Mechanic. But I hope when I drive by this a year from now, I'm pleasantly surprised with what it looks like from South Moody. Thank you, gentlemen.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco, Viera,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
and Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 30th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We're going to take a recess.
Thank you, council members.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to take a brief recess, 10 minutes.
10 minutes, do we have 10 minutes? Yeah, you can go.
in town. I got $1.25, and I'm just rearing the clown. Don't let nobody play me cheap. I got 50 cents to know that I'm gonna keep on. I've been told the rockin' itis has got my soul. Been rockin' and rollin' till the break of dawn. Wonder if my baby's still at home. Well, I tried to make it in before the sun, but the rockin' itis wouldn't let me run. Oh, baby, baby, give me one more chance. When I heard that beat, I just had to dance. Oh, baby, baby, when I heard that beat, the rockin' itis just moved my feet. Well, I went to the doctor to see what was wrong. He said, son, you've been rocking much too long. Oh, doctor, doctor, tell me what to do. He said, if you don't stop rocking, son, you are through. Doctor, doctor, what's the matter with me? The rockin' itis won't let me be. Well, I try to stop rockin', but I've been told the rockin' itis has got my soul.
just like an angel. You sound so bright and true. You seem so sweet coming down my street. But the devil is an angel too. The devil is an angel too. Somehow you seem familiar. Haven't I seen you before? Got a different name, but is it the same old heartache coming round my door? Got one head on my shoulder, keeping one behind your back. Gonna need some identification, baby, before I let you unpack. Uh-huh. Dark and sinister, baby, behind those innocent eyes. You're cool just like a bee, baby, make me wanna let you in. You seem sincere, but if I trust you, dear, will I ever see my soul again? No. Stand up right and tall. But I wanna know, boy, after the show, have you got any loving at all? Now, I don't mean to doubt your sincere intent, but underneath there's a look about something mean and malevolent. You look just like an angel, sounds so bright and true, seems so sweet coming down my street. But the devil is an angel too. I said the devil is an angel too. I said the devil is an angel too.
Don't care when you go, how long you stay. That good time treatment, bring you home one day. Someday, baby, you won't wear my mind anymore. Just keep on, baby. The days won't pass. They gon' send you home.
Roll call. Carlson.
Here.
Maniscalco. Dingfelder.
Here.
Citro. Vieira. Miranda.
Here.
And Gould.
Here.
We have a physical quorum present.
All right, we'll go back to item number 11. Zane's up and ready.
Yes, sir. Zane Hussein here, development coordination, going over item number 11 on the agenda. Case REZ 21-51. The applicant here is Piotr Pokzalski, requesting rezone the property at 1740 and 1742 West Spruce Street from RM16 to PD, residential, single-family attached. I'll now pass it along to Jennifer Malone.
Jennifer Malone here with the Planning Commission. This is 2151, as Zane already stated, on West Spruce Street. It's in the Central Tampa Planning District, the West Tampa Urban Village, and the Old West Tampa neighborhood. It is within a level D evacuation zone. It is within proximity to transit. There's a stop about a quarter mile to the southeast of the subject site along West Main Street. And Fremont Linear Park is the closest public park, being located 1 block to the north of the subject site. So here's an aerial. We have Spruce and Fremont kind of at the corner. You can see portions of the Fremont Linear Park to the north of the site. There's a church on the street. There's a school. There's another school to the south of the site, but it also has a very much a single family presence and some attached family as well. So the subject site is residential 20, and to the east of the site is the light industrial, that's that gray color. To the south, the red is community commercial 35. To the north, this land use pattern transitions to residential 35, which is a higher density than the subject site itself. And then that green is representing the Fremont Linear Park as a recreational open space. So we did find this consistent with the plan. The request for 4 attached single-family units is what the residential 20 future land use designation seeks to provide, is that infill residential development. We found that it would be in similar form, height, and scale of the surrounding residential uses. I would also state that the request would put this at an overall density on the site of 18.18 units per acre, which is what we anticipate within that residential 20 future land use designation. They've also met the land use policy regarding orientation of the units, and the pathway connecting from the units to the public sidewalk is meeting our policies regarding design of these. So again, it is consistent, comparable, and compatible with the development pattern in this portion of Old West Tampa neighborhood, and consistent with the long-range development pattern encouraged under the residential 20 future land use. It is also within the West Tampa Urban Village, which is where the comprehensive plan seeks to direct the greatest share of growth. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Jane? All right, Zane.
Thanks so much. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination, going over case REZ 21-51. The applicant and representative is Piotr Pokzalski. Property addresses 1740 and 1742 West Spruce Street. Proposing again a rezone RM16 residential multifamily to PD planned development residential single family attached. There are 3 waivers here. One, reducing parking, request to reduce parking from 9 spaces to 8. Second one is to allow reduction in aisle width from 24 feet to 16 feet. And then the third is to request to pay the applicable planning district tree fund. As you see the site here outlined in red, to the north you have West Spruce Street, to the south you have West Chestnut Street, to the east you have North Rome Avenue, and along the west you have North Fremont Avenue. Coming along here, looking at the site plan, you'll see that the applicant is proposing to construct 4 residential single-family attached dwelling units. 1, 2, 3, and 4. The 9,495 square feet property is located at the southeast corner of West Spruce Street and also North Fremont Avenue intersection. The property is surrounded by single-family residential uses to the north, east, south, and residential multifamily 16 zoning district and single-family uses to the west. As I went to the site and took pictures of the current state, it is vacant. To the north, you have the residential single-family. To the west, you have the intersection there at Fremont. And to the east, you have residential, single-family, and multifamily. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. It should be the pleasure of the City Council to approve the application. Further modifications to the site plan must be made between first and second reading. Thank you. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions, gentlemen? All right, we'll hear from the applicant. Oh, it's in person, okay. You've been sworn in, right, correct, sir? You've been sworn in, sir?
Good afternoon. I'm the applicant. My name is Peter Pachkovsky, and I'm here to...
You've been sworn in, right, correct, sir?
Have
you been sworn in?
Yes, I did.
All right, thanks.
So we are looking to rezone 2 vacant lots in 1740 and 1742 on Westbrook Street. They're currently zoned for residential multifamily, 16 units per acre, and that would allow to construct 3 dwelling units within this square footage of the lot, specifically 3.5. So we're requesting, we're asking to allow to construct 4 residential dwelling units attached, and this request is in compliance with the future land use category R20 with the bonus provision. And I brought some renderings. This is the rendering of the building. Keep in mind it's preliminary. Very preliminary, showing the building view from the Spruce Street. It's a 2-story. Each unit is about 1,700 square feet of living area, and this is the view from the back alley. We intend to provide access from the back alley to improve the alley, and have each unit will have a garage and 1 parking space behind the garage. That's all I had.
Well, did you show the view? I must have missed it. Did you show the view from the front?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions for the gentleman?
No, I'd just like to...
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You got 8 parking spaces, and they're looking at 9. And the problem, not today, not a problem, because, you know, young couple moves in, they got a 7 or 8-year-old kid, and that's fine. But if another one moves in, you got a 7, 8, or 9-year-old kid, that's fine too, until they turn 16 or 17. And then, in the way modernization is going, everybody wants their own car. And they usually get it. I notice I said usually. It didn't happen in my family because the cash was a little slow then. But what I'm trying to say, I'm just looking forward, not on this petition exactly, but forward that they're going to have to find some way to make parking part of the system, because it's not going to work in the future.
Anything else for the applicant? Is there anybody here to speak on this item?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
Everything went blank.
Anybody want to take the floor and speak on this item?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Question?
Mr. Dingfelder, you recognize?
Right, before we close, I just wanted to wait and see if there was anybody here on this. Sir, I'm not sure when you bought the property, it doesn't really matter, but when you purchased the property, I'm sure you did your due diligence. The bottom line is under the RM16 category, the existing land use category, the existing zoning category allows 3 units for that property. And what is the total dimension of the property?
It's a 50 by 100.
The whole thing is 50 by 100?
Correct.
And you're putting 4 townhomes on the 50 by 100?
Correct.
And your neighbors, all of your neighbors are single-family houses?
Yes, I think there's a multifamily on one of the on the back of the property.
The total, sorry, the total
Oh,
is
oh,
each lot
oh,
is
ma'am,
50.
oh.
Sorry.
She can
You,
speak.
was she been sworn in though? Was
She
you
can
sworn
speak.
in?
She gotta get sworn in.
Okay, well, she's to recognize who she is and.
She's my business partner, and
Okay, she needs to recognize her name and let us know who she's talking.
My name is Jenny Bermudez. Sorry, I was.
Come over to the microphone a little bit, ma'am, if you're gonna speak.
My name is Jenny Bermudez. I'm the business partner.
Okay, you wanna speak on the side?
Yes, one thing you mentioned, what is the total size of the lot? So each lot is 50 by 100. So the total, we have 2 lots where we're gonna have the 4 units.
so total is 100 by 100. yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, it's 100 by 100. Okay, I was trying to figure out how you were gonna fit.
Yeah, when you said that, he said, what? I said to myself.
Okay.
Sorry, that's all.
Well, we appreciate the clarification. So anyway, the bottom line is you got 3, it allows for 3 units. You're looking to bump that to 4, obviously to maximize your profit. I'm a little concerned about the mass of this structure in an otherwise single-family neighborhood. Do you have any, how tall, what are we talking about, 35 feet tall?
We are not looking to increase the floor area ratio of the property. So the volume of the building will not be bigger than what's allowed currently. What we're looking to increase is just the density to allow for additional half of the unit.
Shelby's gonna say.
You recognize, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. I just want to bring to your attention on the agenda, again, this is a resolution that's traveling with it for a bonus provision agreement. And I know that staff would be able to address that if council wishes to do that, to find out that will not be any action today, but certainly to be able to move forward, that would be adopted at the second reading, should this move forward tonight.
Zane, did you already speak to the bonus agreement? What is the condition of the bonus? Or is that Kate's world?
Thank you. I can speak to the bonus provision agreement. In order to increase the density from 3 units to 4 units, the applicant is required to make a bonus density payment just shy of $2,500. And that payment will be applied to CIP project 1002099. It's entitled the Tampa Multimodal Network and Safety Improvements Build Phase 4. The project provides for a complete street, multimodal and safety improvements on Rome Avenue from Platt Street to Columbus Drive is part of the West River District Build Grant Project. Improvements will include sidewalks, crosswalk enhancements, on-street parking, and bike facilities.
Thank you, Kate.
May I ask?
You recognize, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you have a lot 100 by 100 and you look, the setbacks are what, front and back? Can you tell me that? What is it, 20 and 25?
Yes, sir.
Am I correct?
That's correct.
And then you have side backs on the end, one side or the other side. What is it, 7 feet on each side?
It's 5 feet in that district.
So you have then, out of 100, you got 14 feet, or you got 86 feet on one side, but on the other side, you only got 55 feet. When you take the account of the setbacks, and I'm comparing this maybe with a visual thing. We had one that we coming back to us on the corner of Kathleen and Havana.
That's right.
I'm not for or against it, I'm just bringing these things up.
We will have, the width of the building is, 100 feet width of two properties minus 10 foot of setbacks, which is 5 feet on each side.
Zane, recognize.
Thank you so much, Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. For this, the lot, the minimum is 5 feet from the sides. For the corner, it's 5 feet. For the rear, it's 15 feet, and for the front, it's the average of the block average.
So this is not, when I said this, when I looked at it was a regular house, so this doesn't apply to this. It's 15 feet setback on the front or the back?
The rear.
The rear and the front? How much
The
setback
front
in
is
the
the
front?
average. Of the
How
block.
much?
And in the overlay.
I didn't hear.
Say it again, Zane?
Said it's the block average of the,
The block average of the front, yes, sir.
Well, I don't know what the block average is.
Yes, so Urban Design has reviewed for that, and they found it consistent for the block average for the front.
Mr. Miranda said he doesn't know what that means.
No, that's fine. I'm not that smart. I mean, block average could be 5 feet or it could be 20 feet. I don't know what the block average is.
I think for that location is 30 feet from the edge of the roadway. I might not be correct though.
can I ask one more question, Mr. Chair?
Absolutely.
Let's go back to the gentleman, the petitioner. Thank you. The drawing you put up, are you including any front porch amenity?
He's speaking to you, sir.
Oh, well, he put something on the overhead. so
Okay, okay.
I can't see the overhead. There it is.
Yes, we do have a little front porch with a
Okay,
little
well,
stairs.
that's just like an entryway.
Yes, that's
So, I mean, my concern is you're going into a single-family neighborhood. I recognize you've got RM16 right now, so the property is zoned for some type of multifamily. Now you're asking for 4 units instead of 3. Aesthetically, it looks kind of like a box. There's no front porch that might sort of match the, other front porches, in the area. You're allowed to have front porches that intrude into the block averaging. I just don't see a whole lot of justification to go from the 3 units to 4. I don't think it's really, at this point, it doesn't seem like it adds a whole lot to the neighborhood.
Keep in mind, this is very preliminary rendering, and we obviously going to dress up the elevation to look elegant and beautiful.
Well, your PD footprint on your PD site plan probably doesn't show any meaningful front porch either. So that doesn't change. If council approves it tonight, that's what you're left with. That's what we're left with.
Any other questions? Shelby, you're looking up. Anything, sir? We had nobody to speak on this item, correct?
That's correct.
We got nobody registered, correct?
No one is registered.
No other questions, gentlemen?
Would the petitioner be amenable perhaps to a continuance to revisit some of these concerns, especially some of the issues of making this a little bit more compatible? Maybe a rendering that might show a little more consistency and compatibility with some of these bungalows or what have you that are in the West Tampa area, and instead of just what is your footprint right now? It's probably, as Mr. Miranda said, it's probably like 80 something feet by 40 something feet by 35 feet tall. That is a big structure compared to the other little single family homes that are in that neighborhood. Anyway, my question is, would you all be amenable to coming to a continuance and looking at some of those issues, talking to staff about them?
Absolutely, absolutely. We're going to be working closely with the city and with the city representatives to make sure that this is, this building, this project the city benefits from it and it's compliant with all the requirements.
That's not what he's
Chair, if I
asking you.
I'm sorry.
He's asking you, you're amenable to come back to us with a continuous, with some different ideas, different drawings, different renderings, that maybe this council is looking for that's amenable to the neighborhood that you're trying to build in.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
You come to the mic?
Yes. One question, when we were trying to define the project, we went through the area, and the reason why, as you call it, boxy, we were trying to go with something a little bit more modern as they are building more in that area, or you want to see more like the bungalow style? Because for us, it's key what type of style do we want to work, and that's the reason what you call it boxy is more of the more contemporary style that they have in that area too.
Well, I'll jump in, Mr. Chairman, if I could, even though Mr. Miranda's been in that area for much of his life, but we're not the design professionals, okay? But we have staff, and especially folks who work with you on from the overlay staff, the overlay district folks, and I think they could work with you to come up with some. I'm not saying you have to go bungalow, you have to go modern, one way or the other. That's not where I'm coming from, but just show us something that's more than a big giant concrete box for 4 families. You know what I'm saying? And if you can do that, I know I, for one, would be very supportive of going from the 3 units to the 4 units.
Yeah.
But otherwise, as it is today, I don't see a whole lot of justification for it.
I understand, and I think we just need to work a little bit, as you said, on the renderings, having better renderings showing a little bit more of what we're trying to do with the property.
Can we bring them back at the next available meeting, like a month from now?
Chair, this is Ryan Manassi.
Yeah. You're recognized.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Dinkler, I respect your questions to the applicant. I just think, I don't know what I'm going to tell my staff. Now, Urban Design has reviewed this application and has worked through a DRC meeting to accommodate comments and found this project consistent. And that's with the West Tampa overlay. Now, I'm not stating that the overall staff report is consistent, but Urban Design has reviewed this with the applicant and has applied West Tampa code to it. So with respect to what I would be telling my urban staff or Urban Design staff, I'm not sure would be applicable to the elevations provided in this PD rezoning. And Kate, I don't mean to draw you in, but the elevations that are provided are typically what we're asked from the applicant for a PD rezoning. And if there are further massing or scaling or transparency items, then Urban Design does request those. So just with respect, I'm not sure what I'm telling Urban Design to look at if they've found this consistent.
With all due respect, I can't even call that an elevation. It's
a standard elevation, north, south, east, and west.
Well,
is what we typically.
It's a standard elevation on some sort of simple computer program that pulls up some box, and it has no meaning. And I'm shocked that the West Tampa overlay review folks, would let it get that far. These folks are amenable to it. I think you've heard my comments, and maybe somebody can just use a little more creativity and come back with us. So anyway, I'll motion to continue them to come back next month. I think it's in the best interest of the community.
I have to agree that even if you look at the houses that are on Spruce and MacDill, they all have porches. They're small in width, but they're 2-story and they have porches. A lot of those that are being built have porches. I'm not saying this got to have a gigantic porch, but I have to agree with you that what they've shown here reminds me when I came out of the housing projects.
Charlie, you made my day when we can agree.
Well, no, I never disagree with you. I just don't agree with you.
Chairman, if we could find out, Martin Shelby, if we could first find out if that's acceptable to staff with regard to what they need to do in order to come back.
Mr.
and have-
Manasseh?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I can advise, I guess, the applicant to meet with our coordinator for urban design and look at this plan and then, I guess, work together.
That would be wonderful. We're looking for a date.
Oh, you would like a date? Well, you said next month, sir. The next public hearing is 9/9. I know that's kind of, that might be a little
That's too soon,
Yeah, maybe we have 11 cases. It looks for 9/23.
That would be fine. I'll move to continue at 9:23.
Second.
Second by Mr. Miranda, all in favor?
Right.
Do we have a time associated with that? Mr. Manasseh, 5:01, would we do? Or?
Yes, sir, 5:01, please.
Okay.
5:01 it is. Thank you, folks.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Item number 12.
Zane, you're muted.
Thanks so much, Kate. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination, going over agenda item number 12, case REZ 21-53. The applicant is Truett Gardner, requesting to rezone the property generally located at 825 West Linebaugh Avenue from PD to PD, medical office and residential multifamily. I will now pass it along to Jennifer Malone.
Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission. This case is in the University Planning District. It's located near the Danny Del Rio Pool. That's the closest public recreational facility. It's served by Heart Rad 14, which has a stop on North Boulevard. It's within a level E evacuation zone. The future land use is residential 20. So here's an aerial of the subject site. Like I said, just in the north is the Danny Del Rio Pole. That might be familiar to you because it just came in for a parks designation recently. Further north is the Adams Middle School and Forest Hills Elementary. To the south, we have the remnant of Chamberlain High School. We have a multifamily development and a base of religious assembly to the south of the site as well. There's a lot of office development and churches along West Linebaugh, as well as some single family detached. So as I said, the subject site is residential 20. The site directly to the east might pop out at you and be familiar because it was just approved for a plan amendment to residential 20 as well. It just hasn't been reflected on our map yet. So we also have the residential 20 to the south and north of the site. And this is the Danny Del Rio Pool in this parcel here, which is recreation open space. It's just not reflected yet on our future land use map. So we do see that residential 20 along West Linebaugh Avenue. Oh, I switched screens too quickly. So the request here is for a business professional and medical office. Based on the FAR and the calculation, the applicant can be considered for a lot more square footage than they are proposing. So we did find that it was consistent with the floor area ratio of the site. I would also mention that non-residential uses can be considered in certain future land use designations, such as residential 20, if they meet locational criteria, which is outlined in the comprehensive plan. However, the comprehensive plan does have a provision that if the site was previously approved for non-residential uses and the site was, then they are exempt from meeting that criteria a second time. However, the site does easily meet locational criteria because one of the criteria is that it should be located on a collector roadway. West Linebaugh Avenue and North Boulevard are both collectors. So it is consistent with that commercial locational criteria, consistent with the surrounding development pattern, which is a lot of office uses and churches along this portion of West Linebaugh. And we did find that it was consistent with the plan. We would just note that in the future, there's a portion of the site to the east that's not going to be developed yet. And we would just ask the applicant that since the comprehensive plan is supportive of interconnecting uses, that is that the proposed future cross-access agreement, which is on the plan, provides that pedestrian connection to the site when it is developed. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, gentlemen? Zane, you're up.
Thanks so much. Can I please have control of the screen? Wonderful. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination, going over case RZ 21-53. The applicant is Punta Rasa Capital, Representative name is Truitt Gardner and Gardner Brewitt Martinez Montfort. Property address is at 825 West Linebaugh Avenue. There's a proposed rezoning from PD Plan Development to PD Plan Development Medical Office and Residential Multifamily. As you see the 4 waivers below, mostly having to do with natural resources. As you see the site outlined here in red, you have to the west, you have North Boulevard. Along the east, you have North Lynn Avenue and North Ola Avenue. To the north, you have West Bougainvillea Avenue. And to the south, you have West Linebaugh Avenue. The petitioner here is proposing to rezone the property. Is currently zoned PD file number 98-58 and wants to develop a new plan development to construct a 7,600 square foot structure as a medical office and multifamily residential 36 units. The subject site itself contains 169,012 square feet or 3.88 acres. It's located at the intersection of north corner of North Boulevard and West Linebaugh Avenue. The property itself is surrounded by a school use to the north, also single family use to the west and east, and a church to the south. Coming here down to the site plan, you'll see the applicant has 2 phases. Phase 1 is for the business professional office or medical and medical office. And phase 2 is for multifamily residential. Vehicular access to the site is off West Linebaugh Avenue and North Boulevard. The phase 2 will be constructed under the RM24 design standards. The height will be proposed at 20 feet tall, and the proposed use will be having 46 parking spaces required and 46 parking spaces provided. As you see the current state of the site, to the south of the site you see the church I was talking about. To the west of the site you have a Cuban sandwich grocery market. And also to the east of the site you have residential multifamily. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Should it be the pleasure of the City Council to approve the application, further modifications to the site plan must be completed between first and second reading. Thank you. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Any questions, gentlemen? All right, we're from the applicant. You sworn in?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I'd like to first briefly introduce the project team that has been working on this development for.
Sworn in.
Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, I have not been sworn in. Ricky has.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Chair. Again, just to briefly introduce the project team, with me here this evening is Ricky Padarico with Dark Moss, who's the project arborist. And I believe appearing virtually is Neil Buck with JB Realty Partners, who's the project developer, along with Steve Sloan with Sloan Engineering, who's the project civil engineer. Can I share my screen?
Can we share a screen?
Don't think I have permission yet. Thank you.
There it is.
So just to touch on a couple points that Zane mentioned in his overview, I think we have a sense of where the site is, northeast intersection of Boulevard and Linebaugh. The site has 3 buildings on it currently, really one main building, which is a little bit, about 5,000 square feet, and then 2 what are essentially sheds these buildings were constructed, the main building was constructed in 1947. And so this general development pattern that's on the site today, I think it's helpful to keep in mind, started back in 1947. As again, Zane alluded to, this is a PD from 1998 that was divided to the west for medical office building and to the east for multifamily residential, but it was never actually developed in accordance with that 1998 PD. We're modifying that PD, but because the changes that we're making under the code are quote substantial changes, that's why we're going back through this PD to PD rezoning process. But the general development pattern is largely the same. We're talking about a medical office building on the western portion, not quite the half, the western portion of the site. We're really at 20% of the permissible density. So I think Jennifer alluded to that in her presentation. We're really doing much less than we could with this parcel by design. On screen, you can see our proposed setbacks. The eastern portion of the site is reserved for multifamily use. We're going to apply RM24 standard zoning district guidelines to that, but candidly, there's no immediate or near-term intent to develop this for multifamily. The developer is in the process of finalizing a lease agreement with a medical office user for that western portion, and that's what the site will focus on. But because those multifamily entitlements do exist, we do want to maintain those. Instead of designing a multifamily building that we have no near-term intent to build, we're just saying that if there is multifamily there, it would need to apply RM24 design standards. Here's a general overview of the site. We are providing the required parking, and we're using, again, the eastern edge of the site, eastern half of the site for potential multifamily development. So let's talk a little bit about the various agency reviews. So every single department at the city and the Planning Commission found this consistent except for Natural Resources. And we are going to address their concerns, and Ricky's going to talk about that in some detail now through the waiver process. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to Ricky, who's going to walk you through the waivers we're seeking for the trees and why we believe those waivers are justified.
Thank you, Council. Ricky Federico with Dark Moss. There are 4 waivers, 2 of which are related, and they are the minimum retention requirements. We initially suggested 2 waiver requests, 1 for each phase. For phase 1, the office development on the west, to reduce the minimum retention percentage from 25% to 5%. And the reason for that request is the code currently recognize or speaks to preserving an adequate number of excellent or good trees that are really characteristic of what we want to preserve. And the vast majority of trees on the site, independent of the phases, are fair or worse. So if we applied the calculation of excellent or good, we'd be much closer to the required minimum retention requirement. But in an abundance of caution, we are requesting relief from the retention requirement for all trees, regardless of condition. And for phase 2, after the second waiver, which relates to phase 2, attempts to codify exactly that condition that I spoke about tree condition, where in lieu of counting all trees towards the contributing to the retention percentage, only the trees that are a fair or better condition will count. And after consulting with Natural Resources recently, we believe that this waiver is unnecessary and that we could address this outside of the PD process, or at least address this between first and second reading, depending on staff's pleasure. Third variance, or the third waiver, is to allow payment into the trust fund. Because the project's phased, we don't know what the final payment will be at this time. So this may not be required until phase 2 is developed, or it may not be required once phase 2 is developed. So this request is made again in an abundance of caution. The final waiver request, and probably the meatiest, is the request to remove 4 non-hazardous grand trees that are in different locations around the site. There's a 33-inch live oak that's rated fair or C7. There is a 33-inch laurel oak, 32-inch live oak or laurel oak, and a 35-inch live oak. The trees range from good to fair condition, B or C. And though the development generally is the same use in scale, the associated technical standards relative to stormwater, transportation, and solid waste have changed since 1947. And those changes are what are impacting these trees on this site. We provided 2 reasonable reconfiguration options. Staff, natural resources staff thought that another option should be considered, rotating or flipping the building. And while we haven't provided that to natural resources yet, we prepared 2 additional reasonable reconfiguration options in an attempt to evaluate whether the proposed site plan layout that natural resources provided would be feasible. And after reviewing those, we still think that any adjustment that we've proposed of the 4 would be an unreasonable reconfiguration to this site plan.
Thanks, Rick. Here's some general elevations showing what we're thinking about in terms of design. This project is not located in a particular design district. And with that, we are happy to answer any questions that council might have.
Okay, Brian, you recognize him.
Zane, did you want to go first, or would you allow me to?
No, Brian, you can go right ahead.
Okay, and so permission to share my screen. I just want to put up the plan that was up previously. Let's see. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay, and can you see the plan for the for 825 West Linebaugh?
Yes.
Okay, so as stated earlier, there's 2 uses that were proposed on the site. One is existing, the office that's shown over on the left side, and the other one is a phase 2, which is showing multifamily development, and we don't know exactly what's being developed there. And so on phase 1, the applicant is proposing to retain only 4 trees on the site. There's 64 total trees on the site. And in phase 2, the applicant is requesting blanket removal of over 40% of the trees. And so in looking at that, Natural Resources also looked at the waivers for this site. And the first waiver shows that the minimum retention for wooded on a non-residential lot for the office is decreased from 25% to 5% for phase 1. And for phase 2 is to reduce the minimum retention for wooded multifamily from 40% to 40% of all trees in fair or better quality. And so Natural Resources naturally had concerns about the waiver that was proposed and how it was bifurcated. Natural Resources concluded that this is one lot, and because of that, we feel that the waiver should go under the 40%, the minimum 40% for the wooded lot. So historically, we have not set different waivers for different phases on a development on the same lot. And so we feel that the retention applies to the entire lot. And so, as stated earlier, the petition was asked to submit reasonable reconfiguration to retain more protected specimen and grand trees. And in that process, 2 designs were submitted. And it is in Natural Resources' opinion that those two designs, there's another reconfiguration that you can do to actually save more trees on this lot. And so we asked for a reconfiguration that would potentially save this area of trees along here. And with that, there could be a potential elimination of waivers. And so we couldn't come to a conclusive decision with the applicant to determine whether or not like they could save all the grand trees on the lot, which is fine, you know. But what we were able to determine is that the grove that you would save here is worth approximately 71 mitigation trees and potentially $21,000 into the appropriate tree fund or replanting costs. And so we also looked at this, and we come to the conclusion that you probably could eliminate 3 waivers on the site if you retain that grove of trees. And so, of course, that wouldn't be grand trees en masse. You may be able to save one of them, and once again, that's fine. We're not asking the applicant to save all of the grand trees on the site. What we're asking for is better retention on the site, and also to save this grove of trees that, like I said, could make the project a little bit better for natural resources. And we would like to work with the applicant to make that determination later on down the road.
Any questions?
That's all I have.
Mr. Moran, you recognize?
Not a question, it's sort of a learning lesson here, learning curve. So they want to look at 40% of the healthy trees, not 40% of all trees, am I correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
So then, but we don't even know what you're going to build in the second part. It's like give
That's
me a
also
carte blanche to take a cruise, but you don't tell me what ship to get on.
That's correct. And so we feel that if you're requesting a waiver to remove more than 40% of the trees on a wooded lot, we need to at least know what the intent of that lot is, where the development is proposed, and what we can do to possibly eliminate the waiver.
I understand it, and there's another thing, and it has nothing to do with this zoning matter here, but every time I hear about trees and going to be allotted, going to be planted, at the end of the day, we don't know where they're planted, we don't know where they're allotted in a way, and we find out sometime later. Maybe sometime we're going to have to look at something to make a change somewhere, because we're not the smartest people in the world, but we're also not the dumbest people in the world. And when I look around, and I'm not talking about this, I'm just talking about other frustrations that I have that I see coming, and I can't justify and fix them if I don't know what's going on. And it's not again about the zoning. I just want to make sure that I'm saying that again, so no one can say he said that about the zoning. It's not. It's about when you have trees going to a bank, and the bank, or money going into the bank, and at the time that happens, it's not like a real bank. At a real bank, you put money in, you know what the account is, you take money out, you know what the account is. But when we're here doing these things, it's abstract. It happens later, it happens sometimes, or it doesn't happen at all. And that's the problem that I see with these things. So I'm trying to, in my mind, come up with some way of fixing this, and I think I will very shortly. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Do we have anybody to speak on this item?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
Anybody on the second floor speak on this item?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Let me go back. Let me go back to Brian.
Yes, sir.
You've asked the applicant to go back and work with you on this project, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Hudson?
We asked the applicant to go back and work with us on the project, just to see what it would look like if you could possibly reconfigure your parking to save that grove of trees that's located on the southeast portion of phase 1.
Mr. Hudson and Mr. Perry, before we even get into move to close, I mean, the Natural Resources is trying to work with you, and I would hate that we go and close and go down a road that might not be favorable for you. don't know how it may go, but maybe we might want to go back to the drawing board with natural resources and look for a continuance. I can't make you do that, but
No, I appreciate it, Chairman. I think we've worked with natural resources and want to continue to. I do think there's an opportunity to do that between first and second reading, because it's not a situation where there are multiple agencies or departments that would be reviewing this. We can absolutely continue to work with Brian and his team, just as we have been.
Mr. Hudson, there's a lot of legal heads in the room that are shaking their head no. Kate and Mr. Shelby are saying negatory. So I think we either have to follow Mr. Chairman's lead or look for a yay or nay vote.
Okay. Do you want to talk a little bit about the efforts to date and see if that changes things?
I guess, Council Ricky Federica Darkmoss, I would like to clarify a couple of the requests and intents, maybe with natural resources staff. My understanding of the waiver request number 2 for phase 2 is not for a blanket removal percentage, but an allowance to only count the good trees when it's time to do the site planning, not to commit to an amount that's going to be allowed to be removed, because the percentage that we're committing to is already in the code for wooded multifamily lots, which is 40%. It's just saying 40% of the good trees. And regarding the grove, and the design team has looked at 2 options specifically based on what Natural Resources has requested. It happened very late in the process, and I can present it to Natural Resources immediately. And I think that it would demonstrate that we attempted to accommodate this request, and there's still challenges. Additionally, that area of the grove is mostly, almost completely, trees in fair or worse condition, which is, we're speaking to the forest health that I've been speaking to on this tree retention percentage issue the whole time.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. Point of order.
We've gone down that road, but I just think that we need to make a decision on, are we going to work with them, or are we going to go and take a vote? So we need to get some clarity on that.
If I may, Chairman, I think one of the points that Ricky was trying to make, I hope, is that I don't think we're as far away as it may seem, but out of respect for your schedule and the applicant's desire to develop the property, I would request that we continue this for 30 days. And I know Ryan and Kate will have some thoughts maybe on scheduling. I can assure you that when we do come back to you, we will have the briefest and crispest presentation possible. But I do want to stress that a lot of efforts have been made, and we will continue to work on that with Brian and his team.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Ryan, give me some date. Give me a date.
In respect to this, thank you, Chair. Ryan Manasky, Development Coordination. I mean, I think to get a revised plan in and make sure that staff has an appropriate time to review it, depending on what they provide to us, I would say 11/18. We have 10 rezonings, 1 continued rezoning that night, so that'd make 12 total cases as I'm counting them. I know that's not 30 days, Tyler, but you know.
No, I know we're all doing the best we can. It's busy right now. I know. Yeah, we'll take that.
All right, 11/18. A motion 11/18. Okay.
Second.
Mr. Dingford, motion. Mr. Mann, second. 11/18.
6 p.m.
Mr. Shelby.
Is that 6 p.m.?
6 p.m.
And may I, Mr. Chair?
You're recognized.
Thank you. I just want to make sure with the applicant, if I may, I mean, because 11/18, there's a big gap between 30 days and whatever, 90 days, whatever that is. Is there any kind of a time limit that you're dealing with or anything of that nature, just in case if we need to inquire to further accommodate?
I appreciate that, Council. I'm not aware of any greater time crunch than what, candidly, I think a lot of property owners and developers and their representatives have these days. So I would rather come back once and get this council's approval, and that's what we will work over the next weeks to do.
Okay, thank you.
And Chair, Ryan Manassi, I believe I heard 6 p.m., but I thought we were doing 5:01
We're
p.m.
doing 5:01. Mr. Miranda just told me that. 5:01, he's correct.
For November,
November.
the end of the year?
11/18/501.
That'll be fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ryan.
I'll ask the clerk to correct,
Tyler.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask the clerk to correct the calendar for November 18th. It shows 6 p.m., so that'll be fine. I'll make sure that I pass that along. Thank
All
you.
right, number 13.
Thank you so much, Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Go over agenda item number 13, case REZ 21-54. Applicant is Tyler Hudson, requesting rezone the property at 3216 West Azile Street. Proposed rezoning from RM 24 to PD Medical Office. I will now pass it along to Jennifer Malone.
Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission. I'm just going to share my screen. As Zane said, this is 2154 on West Azile Street. It's located in the Central Tampa Planning District within a level C evacuation zone. There's a transit stop about 1,000 feet to the south at West Swan Avenue and South Lincoln Avenue. The future land use is residential 35. So there's a lot of different types of uses in this neighborhood. We have some medical office located to the west of the site. And to the east of the site is some residential uses. You can always kind of point those out on the aerial if there's a pool. And then there's the single family attached to the north, and just a variety of different, a mixture of residential uses and office uses in this area. As I stated before, the future land use is residential 35. To the north is residential 20. Further north of that is the residential 10 designation. Residential 35 allows limited office and neighborhood serving commercial uses if it's consistent with the commercial locational criteria in the plan. We did find this consistent with that provision. West Azile Street is classified as an arterial roadway, and the site just needed to be on a roadway that was a collector or higher. And we also saw a presence of non-residential zoning within the surrounding area of the subject site, which is another criteria that we look at. We did find this consistent, as I stated before. The PD also proposes a sidewalk along the northern portion of the site, connecting the building entrance to West Azile Street, so that is consistent with the plan. We do ask that the applicant just remain compatible to those surrounding residential uses, but overall it is consistent, comparable, compatible with the plan and with that commercial locational criteria. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Any questions, gentlemen? All right, Zane?
Thanks so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Can I please have control of the screen? Thank you. Case REZ 21-54. Applicant is Devanand Manger. Representative is Alex Shaler. Property address 3216 West Azile Street. Proposed rezone from RM24 residential multifamily to PD Plan Development Medical Office. As you see below, you have the 5 waivers have to do with transportation, engineering, and also natural resources. As we come to the overhead aerial view, you'll see the parcel is outlined here in red. To the north, you have West Azile Street. To the west, you have South Lincoln Avenue. To the east, you have Landmark Court and also South Matanzas Avenue. And to the south, you have West Horatio Street. The proposed access to the site is on West Azile Street, as you see here on the site plan. The surface parking is proposed to the north, with the building placement proposed to the south here. The site is surrounded by townhomes, RM24 to the west, condominiums, RM24 to the south, medical office, PD, to the east, and medical office R01 to the north. As I went out to the site and took pictures, you see the picture of the current structure on the site. And to the north of the site, you see an office. To the west of the site, you see the current residential multifamily townhomes. And also to the east of the site, you see the current medical office behind the residential multifamily. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Should it be the pleasure of the City Council to approve the application, further modifications to the site plan must be completed between first and second reading. Thank you. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Any questions, gentlemen? All right, we'll hear from the applicant. People to be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
We can't hear you, Tyler.
Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. With me here in person is Dr. Dimitri Arnatakis, a Tampa native and the physician who will be developing and owning this property. We have Ricky Padarico with Dark Moss, the project arborist. And virtually, but not in this room, is Saul Fleischman, the project architect, Randy Cohen, the transportation engineer, consultant, and Lauren Campo, I believe with Campo Engineering, is our civil engineer and is on as well. Can I share my screen?
Will Ms. Campbell be speaking, Mr. Hudson?
She may, Chair, so if we could swear her in, that would be great.
We'll get that out the way.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that you would tell the whole, excuse me, do you swear or affirm that you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, we're good to go. Can you see my screen? Can you all see my screen?
Yes, sir, we have.
Great, thank you. So just to reiterate a few of the points that Zane touched on, the site's a little under half an acre. It's along a seal between Dale Mabry and McDill, and what is really a stretch of medical office buildings in this particular stretch of a seal, as I'll illustrate a little bit more. In the next slide, there's multifamily to the rear of us. We would be really the third medical office building in a row on this side of Azeel. To give a sense, the starred there are medical offices, including animal medical offices like the cat doctor across the street. So you can see it's a very compatible use for this particular area, as Jennifer alluded to in her staff report. Here's an elevation showing what we're thinking about. That Saul and his team have done a lot of great work with. It's about a 6,200 square foot building. It's around half of what the overall permissible density would be. Single story. The plan is for 2 doctor's offices and a shared surgical facility that Randy will talk about in a little bit. I want to talk about inconsistencies. So as you'll see on screen, every agency that reviewed this, along with the Planning Commission, did find this consistent, with the exception of transportation that has some technical objections that we are getting around through a waiver that we'll talk about in a little bit. There are some 2 other categories of waiver that I want to talk about briefly. The first are some landscape buffers, and the second relates to a tree. So we're requesting 2 landscape buffers. Both are 15-foot to 5-foot reductions on the eastern side and the southern side. There's different reasons for this. If you see on screen, there's 2 blue arrows. The arrow on the left is pointing to a grand tree that we are fortunately going to be able to save. As you all know, grand trees have a protected radius. And so in order for this building, which is on the left, to accommodate that protected tree radius, we have to move it back into that southern buffer area. And we're able to retain a few tree species that are in that southern buffer area, which again backs up to the back of a multifamily complex. On the right, you'll see another blue arrow, and that's pointing at what is called a hammerhead, which, as I learned today, is named after the hammerhead shark shape that results from the 2 parking spaces to the right. If you didn't have that hammerhead area that the blue arrow is pointing at, you wouldn't be able to back out of those spaces. So in order to make those 2 parking spaces usable, we need to go into that buffer area. And again, that's why we need these buffer reductions to accommodate what is candidly, as many sites in South Tampa and along SELR, is a little bit narrow. We're going to be having 6-foot PVC fence encircling the property. So from a privacy screening standpoint, what we're providing, we believe is adequate. On trees, I'm going to ask Ricky just to touch base on this one very briefly. I think the headline is that we're not 100% sure this waiver is going to be necessary, but we want to make sure that we preserve it.
Correct. Council, Ricky Federica, Dark Moss. Currently, the calculations provided, there's no mitigation required, but in an abundance of caution, as always with this, we're requesting the waiver just in case an additional tree or 2 cannot be accommodated with how tight the site is currently.
Thanks, Ricky. And with that, I'm going to turn things over to Randy, who is going to discuss the parking waiver that we're requesting and the justification for that. So Randy, I'll bring your slide up and just tell me when to advance.
Good evening, Council. I'd like to speak a little bit about parking. What we have here is a very unique medical office situation. This project is composed of 3 components, basically 2,000 square foot medical offices. That's a total of a little over 4,000 square feet, and a surgery center that's about 2,000 square feet. When you apply the city code, which was adopted in 1989 for parking regarding medical, it requires 6 spaces per 1,000 square feet. We are able to meet that parking requirement for both of the medical offices. However, when you throw in the surgical center, we cannot meet that criteria. But it's important to note, this is a private surgical center that is only to be utilized by the surgeons that occupy both of the medical offices. So as a result, it can't be used at the same time medical offices being used, because you simply, as a doctor, can't be in 2 places at once. So we looked at the surgery center. It's limited to 1 surgical theater. And in reality, the surgical center itself requires no parking, because all of the folks coming to the surgery center are patients of the 2 medical offices, patients of the 2 surgeons in those offices, and that parking's already being provided. So the justification in actuality is we have the very odd situation of a private surgical center that does not attract traffic in and of itself, because that traffic's attracted by the 2 medical offices where full parking is being provided. I don't say this lightly. I've had a number of discussions with the doctor, understand his operation, and I can tell you that from a staffing standpoint, they'll have medical staff of a maximum of 12 folks. On property at any one time, there may be 6 to 8 patients. That basically totals up to about 20 parking spaces being needed. So we believe the 20 spaces are adequate for this facility and its unique nature. I will also tell you that I've reviewed current parking criteria as it's emerging for medical, because it's changed greatly after COVID and what's been going on just before COVID with telemedicine and various other things happening. We're seeing the standard parking criteria for medical offices decrease from the old 5 to 6 to as low as 4 spaces per 1,000 square feet. That's both to the Transportation Engineers Research and the Traffic Research Board as well. I also wanted to make sure, and so I looked at actual current planning for medical offices that are prepared by a number of entities, including the Metascape Business of Medicine, the American Academy of Family Practices, and Boulevard LA, which is a major medical and health properties developer and manager. They are all looking at the same situation of a lower parking rate. However, we looked at this very uniquely for this project because we have 2 medical offices that we park at the current code and a surgery center that's only occupied when the doctors and staff are not in their medical offices. So as a result, we feel comfortable with this waiver, although this waiver is a large waiver. It's due to the unique nature of this building, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you have or talk further on parking, but I don't want to bore you with a lot of traffic nerdingism if I don't have to.
Thanks, Randy. And it's never boring. And some of the last time we have here in the case in chief, I would like Dr. Dimitri to share a few words about his background and why he wants to expand his business here in Tampa.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me and listening to our case this evening. I'm a facial plastic surgeon. I grew up here in the Tampa Bay area. My mother was a school teacher here for 25 years. My middle brother, Dean, is a surgeon here at Tampa General, and I'm ecstatic to be back in the Tampa Bay community and to do my best to serve all of the patients and people of our city. My education has taken me all across the country, from New York to Johns Hopkins to Dallas to Beverly Hills. And I think my vision with this building is something I've gathered at each step along the way. I think it's a very unique blend of dermatology and plastic surgery. I think there's really nothing like this in Tampa Bay, and I think our team has done a good job of presenting our case for this, and I would be privileged if you would let us proceed.
Thanks, Doctor. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that council might have.
Any questions for the applicant? Any questions for the applicant? All right. Is there anybody here to speak on this item on the second floor?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There's no one here to speak on this item.
Move to close.
Ms. Maniscalco's asked to move to close. Second by anyone? Second, Mr. Carlson, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. I think, Mr. Dingfelder, you're up next, sir?
Sure.
All right. In regard to file REZ 21-54, I'll move to deny. I just wanted to see if Saul was awake. No, I'll move to, hey Saul. I'll move to approve REZ 21-54, ordinance presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance representing property in general vicinity of 3216 West Azale Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from the zoning district classification RM24, residential multifamily to PD, medical office, providing an effective date. I believe that based upon the staff reports, the testimony we've heard, the applicant's experts, et cetera, that they've met compliance with the applicable goals, objectives, and policies in the comprehensive plan. They meet the Land Development Code, section 27-136. And I'm not sure, were there any waivers on this one?
Yes.
Yes?
Waiver, Mr. for presentation?
Were there waivers, Tyler?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, Councilman,
okay.
they were.
And in
are
regard to
correct in the
waivers,
staff report.
that they've complied with section 27-139, paren 4. Thank you.
Ms. Dingfelder, let's move to item. Second? Second, Mr. Vieira. Roll call vote.
Miranda,
Yes.
Cedro,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Vieira, and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 30th at 9:30 a.m.
Okay, gentlemen, last item of the evening, number 14.
Thanks so much, Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 14, case REZ 21-57. The applicant is Jamie Bauer, requesting rezone the property located at 512 Melville Avenue, proposing rezone from RM16 to PD residential single family attached. I will now pass it along to Jennifer Malone.
Jennifer Lund with your Planning Commission staff. Again, this is 2157. It's located in the Central Tampa Planning District within the Hyde Park Urban Village. It is within proximity to transit. There's a stop about a half mile away from the site. It is within a level C evacuation zone, and Hyde Park is the closest public recreational facility. So here we have an aerial of the site. The site's outlined in purple. I have, there's this post-Hyde Park development that kind of butts up against the Selman in the vicinity. So we have a presence of multifamily there. There's a lot of attached and lower scale residential uses, a real mix of residential uses within the surrounding area is what we're seeing here. And so the future land use is residential 35. To the east, where Post Hyde Park is, that's residential 50, that has a higher land use designation. The pink color is community mixed use 35. That green is representing some of the parks in the surrounding area. So this planning commission staff did look at the surrounding density of the neighborhood. Between South Swan Avenue and West Horatio Street along South Melville, we found that there was an average density of 22.83 units per acre. And then between West De Leon Street and South Westland Avenue, we found that there was an existing average density of 16.71 units per acre. The request proposes 4 attached single-family homes at an overall density of 21.05 units per acre. So this is well within that residential 35 future land use designation, which is promoting that 35 dwelling units per acre. We found that this would be in similar form, scale, and height as the surrounding uses, and that it would allow for that similar development pattern. We, again, found it consistent with the design of the comprehensive plan encourages. There's a front door to a neighborhood sidewalk or street. And I would just reiterate that this is in the Hyde Park Urban Village. The comprehensive plan seeks to direct the greatest share of growth to its urban villages. It also encourages new housing on vacant and underutilized land. There's currently 1 structure on this property right now. With that future land use of residential 35 and the site being in an urban village, we would categorize that as a little underutilized in how the plan is envisioning this area. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Any questions, gentlemen? All right, Zane, you're up.
Thanks so much. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Can I please have control of the screen? Wonderful. Case REZ 21-57, the applicant is Mike Papello. Representative name is John Grandoff and Jamie Maurer. Property address is 512 South Melville Avenue. Proposed rezone from RM16 residential, single family residential, to PD, planned development residential, single family attached. As you see, the 3 waivers here, 1 to do with parking, and then 2 to do with natural resources. As you see the current site outlined in red, you have South Melville Avenue running along to the west. To the east, you have South Fremont Avenue. To the south, you have West De Leon Street. And to the north, you have West Horatio Street. The applicant is proposing to construct 4 single-family residential attached dwelling units. The site is approximately 0.19 acres or 8,128 square feet. The 3-story structure will be at a max of 35 feet that they're proposing. The subject property is located at the northwest corner of South Melville Avenue and West De Leon Street to the south. All front door entrances located are on the south side, West De Leon Street. Pedestrian connections are provided from each unit to adjoining sidewalks. As we look here at the structure, you have your 4 units, 3 stories, Melville and West De Leon. As I went out to the site, you see the current location of the site. To the west of the site, you see the residential multifamily. To the south of the site, you also see residential multifamily. And to the south of the site, you see single-family detached and attached structures. To the east of the site, you see residential multifamily out here also. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Should it be the pleasure of the City Council to approve the application, Further modifications to the site plan must be completed between first and second reading. Thank you. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Any questions, Jimmy? All right, we'll hear from the applicant. You swear you in?
I need to be sworn.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
This is Jamie Mayer for the applicant, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 3700 with Hill Ward Henderson. Again, the applicant is, may I share my screen? Sorry. Let me just. Okay, here you go.
You got it.
Are you able to see it yet?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Is that working? Sorry.
We see it.
Okay, great. It's like the Hill Ward Henderson technical difficulties day, apparently. So again, our applicant is Mike Capello. As staff explained, I don't know why this is showing, I'm sorry. There was a unit there, 2 units there, I think it was a duplex, but it has since been demolished, as I'll show you in some photos. We're rezoning the PD for 4 attached townhome units, and again, that where the site would be available under the future land use for about 5.7 units, so we are requesting below, we could request for up to 5. It's not within the coastal high hazard area, and as you saw, the surrounding areas also are 35. So, this is inopportune. Well, I don't know why this is showing, I'm sorry. Again, here are photos of the site. So as you can see in the bottom, that is the structure that was there, and it was a duplex. As you can see, it was very old and not architecturally consistent with what's going on in the neighborhood now. And the site is now vacant, and there's a single tree on there, which, as I'll show you in our reasonable reconfiguration drawings, will have to be removed, and that was found to be consistent by natural resources. So you saw the surrounding area where it's located, which you cannot see now because of the way this is showing. There are multifamily and townhomes to the west. That's this picture here. These are directly across Melville. There is an alley and a power plant immediately adjacent to the east before you would reach Fremont Street. There's a single family residence to the north adjacent, and a single family residence across De Leon to the south. And here's some more photos. This is a structure that's catty corner, so directly diagonal from the site to the south. This is the structures that directly across from the south. And this is the structure that is adjacent to the north. If you could see it, the boundary line's about here. You saw the site plan. I think what's important to note here is that as you know, we're meeting the townhome criteria, and that, as Zane said correctly, we are having all of the pedestrian entries, the front entries of the townhome units are all going to be connecting to the sidewalk and are all facing the De Leon right of way and connecting to that sidewalk. There are 2-car garages proposed for each unit, and a driveway, as you can see, for each unit as well. And there are open porches, and I'll show you in the elevations. Those are open porches with roofs. Dimensionally, the side setbacks are either equal to or greater than the setbacks that are typical of the RM16 zoning district. The 15.5 foot front yard is similar to kind of the townhomes that are in the surrounding area, where they're a little closer on the front yard, and the 10 foot in the rear, which is the east, abuts the alley, and then there's that power plant across the alley. The height is 35 feet, 3 stories, and we are proposing an extra, like a surplus of green space. We're proposing about 2,300 square feet where 1,500 is required. We are requesting a waiver. There would be required 8 resident spaces and 1 guest space. We're proposing 8 resident spaces. Again, we actually have 2-car garages per unit plus a driveway, so functionally that results in ample parking for each unit. The design, as I'll show you in the elevations, which are black and white, but you'll see it's a coastal vernacular with panel siding, the Key West kind of fencing on the balconies. There's a very eclectic mix of styles in this area with Spanish, bungalow, and other panel siding type homes. And I'll just show you the elevations here. Again, some of them are blocked, but as you can see, we have this Key West kind of balcony, railing, panel siding. These are the open front porches you can see have columns here. And then there are also balconies. There are open porches on the back, and there's a garage door on 2 of the sides, and the rear is open to the back. We are requesting 3 waivers, as mentioned previously by staff. 1 to reduce the required parking from 9 to 8 spaces. Another waiver to remove the grand tree, and I'll show you those reasonable reconfiguration drawings. And then, of course, the waiver to pay into the applicable tree trust fund. We satisfy the criteria for grand tree removal because there is no reasonable reconfiguration of the site without disturbing the grand tree. And because the code permits removing non-hazardous grand trees when there are no reasonable reconfigurations of site, we're in harmony with the code. We can't meet any of these reconfiguration options, and we find that granting this waiver will result in substantial justice being done. Well, again, with this, I don't know if y'all are seeing this, but it's on my screen. This initial alternative, and these were both made by Ricky Pederica with Dark Moss, who couldn't stay on to be on this particular item, but this one, we moved it back by a foot, so we shifted the building farther north by a foot, and of course the tree radius, you can see it at least here, it's still well within the footprint of the building. This alternative was to reduce the unit count by 1 unit, which would completely change the flow. We would have a very irregular unit here, and the tree would still be impacted, as you can see, in its outer radius. And we are, as I said, reducing 1 by 1 parking space in order to have reasonable setbacks, to have the green space that we're proposing, and the fact that we are proposing 2 car garages for each unit, where many townhomes provide 1-car garages, and we also have a driveway for each unit. We find that this is ample parking, and it's not viable to configure this property to add this additional parking pad to remove green space. So we find that this waiver is justified as well. And here are some examples of similar projects in the immediate area. Again, as you can see, some of them have 1-car garages, such as these units that are catty corner, and what we're proposing is similar to that. I won't bore you with the PD criteria because I know you've heard it many times, and we did not have any problems with this in the staff review. So, and again, we're meeting the townhome design standards. All the units have 2-car garages, and some of the units are required to have covered parking, and we're doing that with the garages. Again, we have staff findings of consistency from everyone but transportation, and that is just due to the 11% parking reduction. So we respectfully request City Council's approval, and certainly here for any questions. And if I can stop showing my screen, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Myers, Meyer, excuse me, I'm glad you brought up that question about the sidewalk and having to push the building back. I see on one point it is a proposed 5-foot sidewalk, but then if you travel further to the east, it's a 4-foot sidewalk. The driveway to the east is at 2.2 for in front of the garage. Does that mean that the unit to the west side is still at 12.2, excuse me, and will that be enough room for the tenants or the owners to park outside the garage without interfering with the sidewalk?
That's on, you said that's on the east side or the west side?
The east side in your site plans shows a
12-foot
two, and you said you had to push the building back. Now, at the sidewalk, which is going to be wider to the west, are you still having enough room to fit a car outside of the garage and it won't interfere with the sidewalk?
I think that would be a question for transportation staff. I mean, because my opinion of whether it could fit would probably be different than a code opinion of whether it could fit.
I know. I used to have a Ford F-150 with an 8-foot bed, so I think that would not fit outside of there. However, I see Jonathan over there, and I'll pose the same question to you, Jonathan.
Jonathan Scott, Transportation Planning. You're asking if
the car will fit in the driveway outside the garage.
I see Jonathan, I see the different sizes in the sidewalk. To the east is 4 foot, to the west is 5 foot. So I'm asking the unit to the west, is it still going to have enough room for a vehicle to be parked outside the garage without interfering with the sidewalk?
No, that wouldn't, we would require like 18 feet typically for a space, so, you know,
You just
technically.
answered my question, Jonathan. Thank you.
And if I think that is, and that's again why we're not saying it's a space per code, but functionally, you know, they have, yes, parking.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a question to staff. Ms. Meyer did her own, I'm working with her people, that she did her own analysis of the tree issue. But I'm wondering, is there anybody within staff, Mr. Knox, or somebody else from our tree folks who looked at the alternative designs that were proposed or proffered by Ms. Meyer?
Brian Knox, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Brian Knox, Senior Forester Examiner, City Planning. We looked at the reasonable reconfigurations, and we came to the conclusion ultimately that there was none of the reconfigurations that worked for us, and so that's why we were in support of the grand tree removal. I had several discussions with our zoning arborist to decide what other reconfigurations we could come up with, and there were none that we can come up with to come to the conclusion that the tree can remain on the site and a structure is built as well that doesn't negatively impact the tree.
So in that analysis, and I won't belabor this too much because it is getting late, but in that analysis, what's the assumption? Is the assumption that they're going to have 4 units? Is the assumption that they're going to have 3 units? Is the assumption they're going to have 1 unit or 2 units? You know, what is, does the code speak to that? I wasn't here when that code got revised, so I'm not as up to speed as I should be on it.
The code does speak to some criteria in terms of making adjustments to the site, and one of them that we focus on is the internal flow and function of the units. Also, we look at whether or not there's any financial situations that would financial hardships that would be developed in terms of losing a unit in that sort. Or we also look at the canopy, and we look at the root concerns in terms of the development on the site. And with this one, we looked at it in terms of 1 unit and possibly 2 units, and we came to the same conclusion that the tree would still have to come out.
Okay, I'll take a closer look at that section of the code. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Ms. Meyer.
Thank you.
Anyone else, any questions? All right, anyone want to speak on this item, or anyone raised to speak on this item?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
And to not labor the point, but it depends on what type of vehicle you have, like Mr. Citra was addressing. You may have a garage and have a vehicle and close the door of the garage and you still have 12, 14 feet, but if you have another visitor, you can forget it because it doesn't work. If you have a double car garage, you can have 4 cars, but you can't get a 5th because it'll be parked on top of the sidewalk, half on the sidewalk and half on the street. I see them all the time in WT. That means West Tampa.
Oh, I know what that means. The W and the T, you look at go right down south, you see it on there, Lily. Right. Come on, Miss Eileen, give us good news.
Eileen decided development and growth management. There's no one here to speak on this item, and thank you for a wonderful evening. Good night.
Good night, good night. All right. Was that Mr. Maniscalco? Move to close, second by Mr. Carlson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Mr. Miranda, will you do the honors for the evening, sir?
We'll try, Mr. Chairman. Item number 14, file number REZ 21-57. Moving orders being presented for first reading consideration. Owners rezoning property general vicinity of 512 South Melville Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly scrap section 1 from zoning district classification or M16 residential multifamily to PD plan development residential single family detached, providing an effective date. And that ordinance is based on the competent fact that the applicant has met the burden of proof to provide competent substantial evidence that the development is conditioned as shown in the site plan and consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code, and I find that the request for waivers do not adversely impact the public health, safety, and welfare. Also, finding that it met the goals of the Planning Commission and city staff minus some adjustments. And this is with waivers, so there'll be maybe something done between first and second reading. It's consistent with the land use objective 9.2, which is intended to ensure that there is an adequate amount of land planned for residential purposes to accommodate the projected population. The density proposed in this development does not exceed the density anticipated for future land use categories pursuant to Land Use Policy 8.14.1. The application is consistent with Land Use Policy 2.1.2 and Housing Policy 1.3.4, which encourages new housing on vacant land and underutilized land. The proposed development, as shown in the plan, promotes and encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. Proposed use promotes an effective and sustainable use of land in the infrastructure. Design of the purpose development is unique and therefore in need of waivers. The request for waivers would not substantially interfere or injure the rights of others who property would be affected by the waivers.
Second by Mr. Vieira, roll call.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco, Vieira,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Citro,
Nope.
Miranda,
Yes.
and Dingfelder.
Yes.
Motion carried with Citro voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 30th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Shelby,
Yes, sir.
we're to new business. You're up first.
Okay, well, if you don't mind, we'll start with, I know that council members have certain motions they're going to make, but there are a couple I just want to bring to council's attention. You received a memo from the legal department regarding a alcohol beverage suspension hearing that is scheduled for next week, and it was set at 10:30 a.m. And the legal department has requested that it be heard at 6 p.m. in order to accommodate a very heavy schedule next week and also witnesses. They had proposed setting a special call meeting, but in talking with the legal department and with the clerk's office, we can save the need for notice and an agenda and an action summary if council agrees to come back, whatever time you finish, to reopen and continue the hearing at 10:30, and then when you finish for the day, recess the morning hearing, and then come back and finish it at 6 p.m. with the suspension hearing. So that requires council, if you look at your calendar, you do not have a night meeting scheduled for next week, but the legal department is asking you to come back at 6 p.m. Certainly a quorum at a minimum is required to be able to hear an alcohol suspension hearing that has been set for that day. So if that is on your calendar now.
Mr. Shelby?
Yes, sir.
We can't hear that hearing at 10:30. Mr. Vieira has asked for items to be put on there as well. Mr. Citro has asked for items to be put on the calendar as well. The calendar is very thick, and that item is a very serious item that pertains to the city and other pertaining alcohol uses in those particular general areas, because they're working on a pilot program to stop some of the issues in criminal activity. And it will take possibly, from when I talk to them, maybe 2 hours or maybe 2.5 hours, maybe 3, with the amount of witnesses they have. So we cannot hear that at 10:30, gentlemen. It's unfortunate. So, we look at either, a special call, or like Mr. Shelby said, a continuous versus a special call, because we can't hear it at 10:30. There's no way possible. with the amount of schedule, with that schedule, with the add-on that Mr. Vieira's asked for, to hear and possible resolution, and Mr. Citro, request as well with 3 accommodations, for that day. And, it's a lengthy calendar, so lengthy day.
Chairman and council, this would be the opportunity to have this set for a time certain. You would just have to make sure that you add this to your calendar for 6 p.m. next week, in addition to the day meeting. And that's the request of the legal department.
No problem.
That's fine with me. I mean, I don't know about the rest of us.
So if there's any issue, please, if you do know, please say it now, but otherwise, please
Mr. Vieira?
be sure.
I may have a conflict that evening with my son's school. I was just checking right now. I have to inquire between today and tomorrow.
Can you be virtual?
Oh, yeah. May I be, are we allowed to be virtual?
I suspect as long as we have a physical quorum, the answer could be yes.
Then yeah, then
But I will confirm that with the legal department in the meantime tomorrow, but I would
So
suspect.
either way, I 97%
All
should
right,
be.
sir.
not
Mr. Maniscalco?
No, that's fine with me.
All right. It's 3, it's 4, because I have no problem. Mr. Carlson? He's in. Mr. Citro?
Yes.
He's in. Mr. Dingfelder?
I guess I didn't understand why we weren't doing that in the afternoon or something. What, I don't
It's presently set for 10:30 a.m. when it was originally set, and the agenda just has built around it to the point where
This
the
is-
reality.
this is what date?
Next week.
Next week, a regular meeting.
Regular meeting, and this is an alcohol beverage suspension hearing, which is a significant process that you've gone through before, but it certainly is an important process. And the legal department sent out a memo the day before yesterday requesting to accommodate both your schedule and their witnesses.
And what was the date? What was the date of the activity, the egregious activity?
That's outside the hearing, sir. I can't discuss that with you now. The
No,
point is.
what I'm talking about is timing. I'm saying, how urgent is this? Is this something like the mask issue that occurred back in January?
I can answer that, sir. Yeah, this
Well,
urgent.
you know
it's-
something, you're going to be a finder of facts, so just be conscious of what
I'm
you
just looking
discuss
for a
outside the
date.
hearing.
I'm not looking for the
I can't-
alleged date.
My suggestion is that you talk offline with the legal department.
Well, you're asking us to make a decision
It's
now.
I'm asking you,
pilot
well, the
program
legal
we've been
department
for a
asked you
long
2 days ago in a memo to either have a special call meeting set for 6 p.m. or just open, and my suggestion after talking with the clerk is just to open and continue, so you don't have to do anything but more than recess until 6 p.m. That was the request of the legal department in their memo. I just want to be clear, because it's only a week away.
Mr. Shelby, if
Yes.
Mr. Dingfelder can't make it, fine. We have a quorum. Mr. Maniscalco said he can be here, Mr. Carlson will be here, Mr. Citro, myself, Mr. Miranda, and Mr. Vieira said he could be virtual. So we can.
This is the first I've heard of it, so.
My apologies, but obviously this is something significant and of great importance to the city administration and the legal
Do
department.
we need a motion on this, or we just gonna?
No,
All
no,
right, well, let's just-
here's what, there doesn't need to be a motion because it's already set for
Right.
10:30 next week. When that time comes, it'll be continued that day to 6 p.m.
Okay,
Okay?
all right.
That's, and I think the rest, I'll hold whatever else I have because I believe you might have other motions that'll.
No, you're up first, Mr. Shelby. Whatever you have, let's get yours out the way, and we're gonna go round table so we can get out here by 10.
Okay, well, there are things that I know are coming. One of them, I don't know whose, I believe there's a motion that's going to be coming up for the, setting the Finance Advisory Board. There's also, the Planning Commission has requested 2 motions, and I believe there is a motion to reset a review hearing. Let me discuss that with you for just a minute. At the end of July, you heard a review hearing. And what happened was, subsequent to that, we found out that hearing was not properly noticed. So, working with the clerk's office and working with the applicant who requested the review hearing, and try to expedite it, we are requesting that be set for September 30th at 10:30 a.m., and I believe I've asked Council Member Dingfelder if he would make that motion when the time comes. But other than that, it's a full week next week. Next week's agenda, I believe, is going to be unlike one that we've had in a while. So
It's full.
thank you.
All right, Mr. Vieira.
Motions?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, just really quick, if I may, just really fast. I motioning, Mr. Chair, you made reference to this, and I really appreciate this. And it shouldn't take more than 5 minutes for Colonel DJ Reyes to come. I just very briefly, and I sent a memo on my motion so that people could be explained, et cetera. Just to talk about the end of the Afghanistan war and the valor of Tampa area troops who have fought in that war. I just thought that a 3-minute talk on it is something that would be worthy for council.
Second.
All right, Mr. Vieira's motion, Ms. Manifold second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I motion for a Tampa City Council commendation to be presented off-site to Metropolitan Community Church of Tampa for their 50th anniversary to be presented off-site. This was the first LGBTQ organization in Hillsborough County to serve uniquely the religious needs of gay and lesbian individuals.
Second.
Second by Mr. Citro, all in favor?
And then third,
All in favor?
Oh, sorry.
Any opposed? All right.
And then third, I'd sent over a prospective resolution on, and again, I'm not going to get into it, we're late, into just a statement of support, kind of like we did with Syrian refugees in 2015 for this city being open, welcoming, and affirming. Again, not voting on the actual resolution because we want to get out of here, just in it coming up next week.
Thank you, sir.
May I ask, Mr. Chairman, did you, Councilman, want to make the motion tonight to add that resolution to next week's agenda
at
under
the end,
unfinished
so that
business?
I mean, this shouldn't
Yes,
take
but-
long.
But the thing is, why don't you make that motion tonight to direct the clerk to make sure that appears on next week's
on the
agenda?
agenda.
If I may, if that's.
Yeah, second.
Mr. Maniscalco is seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And then
All
I
right.
had something for, I don't know what the agenda looks like on September 23rd. I think Brandon had checked and it looks okay. September 23rd, what does that look like for a Junior League presentation? It's a National Diaper Need Awareness Week. It's on their recent millionth diaper milestone for their.
On the 23rd is a workshop. You have the police officer of the month, and then you have a discussion with Tampa nonprofit organizations that are helping the people of Cuba, and 1, 2, 3.
Then
4,
how about
5.
this? We'll work then on, because that does look like a packed agenda. We'll work on putting it like in October or something, so I'll withdraw that so let me email Brandon. Nothing else, sir. Thank you.
Are you sure, sir?
I got many more. No, I'm
I'll call Frank Reddick on you now. Ms. Maniscalco.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to provide a commendation on October 7th to the Arthritis Foundation of Tampa Bay to recognize World Arthritis Awareness Day on October 12th. And I've already given a copy of the motion and left it on the clerk's desk there.
Second by Mr. Vieira, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Anything else, sir?
No, that's it.
Mr. Carlson?
Too quickly, Lisa Chesser, who's a activist and volunteer in South Tampa, she's been personally feeding homeless people and people who have homes but don't have food for a long time. But she got a bad health diagnosis recently, and so we thought it would be a good idea to give her a commendation. She has a short timeline, and so Dossie had proposed September 23rd, which we just heard is packed. But I would like to make a motion for a commendation for Lisa Cheshire in honor of her work with the homeless community south of Gandy to be presented
Second.
at whatever date we can.
Second by Mr. Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
What-
Motion carried.
If I may, is she, doesn't have, like, and again, I'm tired, I'm sorry, not much time to be here with us
Yeah.
anymore?
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, I only kept that off just because the Junior League can wait another month, but I mean,
Yeah, I don't know exactly what the timeline is, but I think it's urgent. So if we can, I don't think that would take very long.
All right, we got it.
Okay, thank you. So September 23rd.
The people wear
And then
flowers while they're here.
The second one is.
Is there a vote on that?
Yes, we
Yeah, we
already
did.
did.
Already did it? Okay.
The second one is Beth Shoup's brother. Do you know this? Is the coach of the women's softball team at USF, but also
it's a pretty
the
good
Olympic
coach.
team. And I was talking to her, and I'd like to make a motion for accommodation for Ken Erickson in honor of coaching Team USA Women's Softball to a silver medal in the 2020 Tokyo Olympics to be presented October 21st at Tampa City Council.
All right, motion by Mr. Second by Mr. Vieira, I heard first. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
That's it, thank you.
Mr. Citro.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Just to bring it, as you said, October 21st, I just want you to be aware that there are 2 commendations and the presentation by FDOT to update the city. I guess that's their quarterly, I'm not sure, but if you could just be mindful, ask to be
All
mindful
right, so no
of the
more
calendar.
commendations for the 21st, all right?
No more commendations for the 21st.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Well said.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As requested by the Planning Commission, setting a transmittal hearing for TA CPA 21-21 for September 30th, 2021 at 5:01 p.m. to be placed first on the agenda and direct legal department to provide the city clerk with the forms of notice for advertising the public hearing.
Second.
Second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
As requested by the Planning Commission, amending TA CPA 21-12 to adopt a hearing for September 30th, 2021 at 5:01 p.m., directing the legal department to provide the city clerk with the forms of notice for advertising the public hearing.
Second.
Second by Mr. Dingfelder. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chair, something I would like to bring up very quickly. I've heard concerns from petitioners, developers and residents alike, that we have narrowed down our meetings to 13 per meeting in the evening time. And so far, we've already pushed back and continued 2 meetings for the future, which now leaves space not available for new people that have new petitions. We really need to take a look at least having one more evening session a month so that we truly get caught up for the end of the year. Just a suggestion. Thank you very much, Mr.
I thought we were getting caught up because we did the 501, right, Mr. Shelby? That's what the planning department asked us, correct?
Council may want to ask for a report from land development to see how their booking is going, because from my understanding is they are booked through the end of the year, from my understanding. And you could see what, you could see.
I'm sorry, Mr. Shelby, I'm getting complaints that there are petitioners out there that can't get their things in time this year. This year. So we're talking, and again, these are residents and builders alike that.
Kate?
All right, there you go.
Ms. Wells is looking to be recognized.
Thank you. Council had made a motion asking for a report on October 7th for staff and my office to come before you to discuss the caseload and moving forward. So that request is already in play, and that would be October 7th. So I don't know that we would need another motion for a report with that one already on file.
I wasn't making a motion. I was just asking for consideration. And thank you very much, Ms. Wells. I look forward to hearing that.
All right. Anything else, sir? Anything else, sir?
No, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Dingfelder, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looks like somebody's asked me to make this motion to reset review hearing for SU 1-21-35C for property located at 1908 North 36th Street, Tampa, to reset it to September 30th, 2021 at 10:30 a.m. That's the motion.
Second by Mr. Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carried.
And here you go. So yesterday, I think it was yesterday, the day before, the school board, are very brave folks up the street. And I know we all stay in our own lane. And I think that's good. But in this case, I'd like us to consider preparing a commendation and sending it to them for their brave vote, mandating masks. I think they have taken, as I said, a very brave step to protect our children, our teachers, and our community. and I think they deserve our recognition of their courage.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
And I'll work to prepare something and bring it back next week.
Okay, sir. Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Randall?
Only two.
All right.
On Thursday, August the 5th of 2021, I made a motion for the Budget Advisory Committee to present their findings for the first 2020 fiscal year 2022 budget hearing on Monday, the 13th of 2021. I would like to rescind that motion because the Budget Advisory Committee would prefer to present their findings of fact on Thursday, September 2nd, 2021.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Shelby, your record.
Where on the agenda would that be? Would it be after?
That would be following the ceremonials.
Thank you.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
The next one is, I would like to make a motion to ask the legal department to provide an opinion on the city's ability to utilize, I can't even speak, I'm so tired, the costs associated with the maintenance and repair of existing sidewalks as the basis for establishing the in lieu fee to be paid into the sidewalk trust fund. The city acknowledges about $40 a linear foot, but is asking $75 for a linear foot due to the following. And here's where the catch comes in. Removal of old sidewalks must be compensated to the contractors or others for removal before we can install a new sidewalk at about $9 a linear foot. Regrading the old sidewalk is around $11 a square foot. Fill dirt needed to upgrade the area properly, again, is about $11 a square foot. Sod replacement needed to restore homeowners' yard is about $3 a square foot, a linear foot, I mean. Extra charges for thicker or wider concrete sidewalks. Some sidewalks are not all the same size. Some are 5 feet wide and 4 inches thick. Some are 5 feet to 8 feet wide and 6 inches thick because of the linear price. That's about $11 a square foot. And there's a lot of sidewalks that are close to trees where you have tree root removal that most likely will damage the sidewalk and cause this is so long, to the expense of special tree root insulation to protect the trees, and undertaking that expense, it costs about $35 a linear foot for this service. However, some trees also need to be factored in, and I can show you pictures of this. There are times when we can't repair or add a new sidewalk without removing a tree. And I got pictures of some in West Tampa. The cost for removing a tree can range from $500 to $6,000 per tree. I'd like just to have the legal department to look at this and give us an opinion.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco.
Question.
You reckon?
I just want to be careful on what we're voting for.
I'm just asking for an opinion.
Why not?
We don't have an opinion. We don't know what the cost is, really. No one does.
So you're asking the legal department for an opinion, or
right,
the
the legal
staff?
department, if it meets what's on the code there now. That's what it is.
It sounds to me like it's related to the code that we're looking to change.
I'm not looking to change anything. I'm looking to get an opinion on what the code says. We can't give an opinion what the code says.
There's a motion on the floor by Mr. Miranda. Second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm going to oppose it because I haven't seen it.
Neither have I. That's what I'm asking for.
Well, I haven't seen the
All right,
document.
the motion has passed with Mr. Call it out, Michelle.
Motion carried with Dingfelder voting no.
All right. Anything else, sir?
That's it, sir.
Mr. Dingfelder?
Good. Oh, yeah, you're on.
All right. The person who I really admired, Mr. Lois Grace, as you recall, I made a motion for accommodation for September because I wanted to give her flowers while she was still here. Fortunately, she passed away last week. It really saddened me because I can just remember every time I see her, first thing she said, "You all right, baby boy?" That's the main thing, man. "You all right, baby boy?" That's all I in my mind. Her service is going to be this next week, the 27th and 28th. And I want to go ahead and, we already approved the accommodation, but I want to give that to her at the services on the 27th.
Second.
Okay.
Second from Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed unanimously.
I know Mr. Dingfield had talked about his lovely wife helping us out. but I just wanna make sure we get the ball rolling with the Buffalo Soldiers and that marker at Central and Columbus. Our department can, make sure they go out there and inspect that and send it over to.
What is it, Columbus and what?
Central.
Central and
By the
Columbus?
church.
Right by the church, right by the church.
She is listening and she will
rock
act on that through her county committee.
All right, so we can just make sure that our people get that over to them, to get them go out there and look at that, upgrading that sign and what we need to do on that. That's it, sir.
Yeah, that's a county function.
All right, Mr. Maniscalco, as receiving file, second by Mr. Miranda, all in favor? All right, we stand adjourned.
At some point, the county took over.
Call it a nasty habit, oh, way to get by. You have my wild heart. Peace in the middle, been missing for days.
Very feasible because you don't have the space when you can't go on the neighbor's property, especially with a neighbor that doesn't want you on their property, to replace that. And so what we're asking for is a little bit of breathing room and the understanding that the most logical place to cut back here is to that other rafter. And then we have factual evidence that we'll put in the record that shows how that's consistent with the historic district. Here we have a side-by-side elevation of the request. And again, what's noted is the goal is to have a very similar feature, just reduced scale. And so we think that while the photographs of the as-is conditions are shocking, the final product that we're proposing here is not shocking and is in character with the historic district. So for the next couple of slides, we're going to jump into the code a little bit, and we're going to present our justification. And so this part is not quoting the code directly, but what we're suggesting here is an aesthetically similar overhang